Press the microphone. Good morning. I hereby call to order the Board of Directors' regularly scheduled meetings of the New Jersey Transit Corporation, New Jersey Transit Rail Operations, Inc., New Jersey Transit Bus Operations, Inc., New Jersey Transit Mercer, Inc., and New Jersey Transit Morris, Inc., and recognized today as the celebration of New Jersey Transit's 40th anniversary. Joyce?
At this time, Safety Officer Mark Geisler will deliver a public safety announcement.
Good morning. At New Jersey Transit, your safety is our highest priority. Please listen to these safety instructions in case of an emergency. In an emergency, announcements will be made over the loudspeaker by a uniformed police officer. The primary exit for this location is the stairwell located in the lobby adjacent to the elevators. There is a second staircase through the door. New Jersey Transit Police will call for additional assistance, administer CPR, and use the defibrillator located near the elevator if necessary. Fire extinguishers are located in the front and back of this room. Please be guided by the directions of New Jersey Transit Police and staff. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you, Mark. Could we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Chair Gutierrez, Scacchetti, and board members. For the record, Board Member Greaves is absent at today's meeting. I will now take roll call. Chair Gutierrez, Scacchetti.
Here.
Board Member Caulfield.
Here.
Board Member Ajmani.
Here.
Thank you. Next is the Open Public Meetings Notice. Adequate notice of today's regularly scheduled meetings of the Board of Directors of the New Jersey Transit Corporation, New Jersey Transit Rail Operations, New Jersey Transit Bus Operations, New Jersey Transit Mercer, and New Jersey Transit Morris has been provided in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act and Public Law 2018, Chapter 162. The meetings will occur concurrently. The notices were filed on July 11, 2019 with the Secretary of State. These notices were sent to newspapers of general distribution, posted in the main entrance of New Jersey Transit headquarters, published on the corporation's website, and sent each individual, agency, and organization that requested such notice. The meetings are viewable on the corporation's website in real time and will be video recorded, archived, and made available to the public. Minutes will also be archived and published on the website. Thank you.
May I have a motion to enter into executive session to discuss personnel matters, contract negotiations, the status of pending and anticipated litigation, and matters falling within the attorney-client privilege, including but not limited to the proposed labor agreement, New Jersey Transit Police Department and Fraternal Order of Police, Local 37, Advanced Speed Enforcement System 2, Positive Train Control, contract amendments for implementation NJ Transit Resilient Program, Delco Lead Storage and Inspection Facility Project, and County Yard Improvement Project, Environmental Mitigation Credit Purchases, additional credits required, the personal injury claim of Jose Rodriguez Marquez, the personal injury claim of Alan Oliveira Silveira, the personal injury claim of Jason Gillespie and Christina Gillespie. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We shall return shortly. Good morning. I hereby reconvene the open session board meetings. Board Secretary, please take roll call.
Roll call. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti.
Here.
Board Member Caulfield.
Here.
Board Member Ajmani.
Here.
Thank you.
May I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the June 12, 2019 board meetings?
So moved.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. President and CEO Corbett will present the President and CEO's monthly report.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. We have a few things to cover today, and I'm glad to see we have such a large turnout for our 40th anniversary. I would not assure my wife I'll have the same on our anniversary. But it's true, on this date, 40 years ago, New Jersey Transit was officially created by the Public Transportation Act of 1979. Since then, this agency has been dedicated to serving the transportation needs of New Jersey. Over the past 4 decades, hard-working men and women have kept our transportation network moving, providing billions of passenger trips. We've been marking this milestone in a number of ways for both employees and customers, and we will be observing the anniversary throughout the company as employees reflect on the past 40 years. Later in my report, we'll pay tribute to the incredible hard work, dedication, and teamwork and commitment of our employees at every level throughout the year. I'd first like to start with on the budget. As you can see on the agenda today are the operating and capital budgets for fiscal year 2020. The spending plan reflects Governor Murphy's commitment to providing the additional and necessary resources as we continue to make improvements to restore this agency to national prominence while keeping fares stable. The process, which we began last year, focuses on customer experience by prioritizing people, equipment, and infrastructure. On the people side, we recently announced the graduation of our 500th bus operator since January 2018. Strategic realignment of our existing resources combined with our bus operator hires and the continued delivery of new buses, which I'll speak to in a moment, will allow us to provide 500,000 additional passenger trips annually starting this year. We have 6 engineering classes running concurrently, locomotive engineers. 1 class graduated last month, and we have another 3 classes expected to graduate over the next 6 months. I'm pleased to report that our training classes are full for the next generation of these critical frontline employees, and that pipeline will remain full moving forward. We're also continuing to invest in modernizing rail and bus fleet. New buses are being delivered each year. We're taking delivery of 182 new cruiser buses this year and 183 next year. Next year, we're also scheduled to begin taking delivery of 17 dual-powered locomotives and 85 new articulated buses. Those dual-powered locomotives, by the way, are so critical for service on a number of the lines where diesel is required, particularly the dual mode for the Raritan Valley line and the Jersey Coast line, allowing us to start phasing out some of the engines that we have, which are actually older than New Jersey Transit, some of our 50-year-old engines. The 113 new multi-level rail cars are also on order. To replace our Aero 3 rail cars, which are relatively young compared to some of those, the Jeeps, 40s, which are over 40 years old. All of this new equipment is designed to improve the customer experience. New amenities such as USB ports, charging ports at each seat, more capacity, significantly greater reliability, and environmentally friendly with reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Our once stagnant and dated technology program has been making up for lost time as well over the last 18 months. The advances we're making continue to focus on enhancing the customer experience. More and more customers continue to enjoy the convenience of mobile ticketing through the MyTix feature on our mobile apps. MyTix recently achieved 2 record-setting milestones. On July 1st, more than 120,000 tickets were sold through MyTix, the most that were ever sold on a single day. And with that record-setting volume, our IT infrastructure processed those transactions without an issue. To add to the record sales volume on July 1st, on that day, for the first time ever, MyTix sales surpassed traditional paper tickets, with 55% of that day's revenue coming from mobile ticketing. We're also committed to continuing to refine the new design of our website's homepage based on customer feedback. Last Friday, we introduced a new system status tool that relies on individual line brands to provide service alerts information for rail, bus, and light rail on the homepage. This was in direct response to the feedback we received from customers following the launch of our new homepage last month. On social media, this takes the form of rebranded line accounts on Twitter that feature real-time service updates for train, light rail, and bus services. This puts service information where it makes the most sense, on the individual line accounts on Twitter instead of the main NJ Transit account. This should serve to strengthen the core New Jersey Transit brand by associating the main New Jersey Transit accounts primarily with strategic communications and providing service information on line-specific social media accounts. If you're not already doing so, I encourage all of our customers to follow the individual rail, bus, or light rail line accounts associated with their travel for the most current service information updates. These are the kind of steps that demonstrate what we're doing to modernize this agency and doing it in a way that is responsive to our customers' needs. As part of our Back to Basics approach, we've been taking stock of our facility and assets to better manage state of good repair work. We've scheduled our crews to go to light rail line to refresh our stations, making repairs, power washing, and painting. The crews started at Union Station last week, and they'll be moving down the Raritan Valley line throughout the summer. The customer experience begins before one boards a train, bus, or light rail vehicle, and a clean, well-maintained station is essential to a positive overall experience. The operating and capital budgets before you today recommit us to adding to all of the successes that we've had over the past year, including the continued advancement of positive train control. The budget also calls for additional bus and light rail operators, 19 additional police officers, and a brand new customer experience unit focused on listening and responding to customers' needs and proactively identifying opportunities for improving it throughout the system. We now have the necessary funding to continue our engineering and assistant conductor training programs. We're projecting 6 classes running this fiscal year as we continue to address the shortage that was allowed to develop over a number of years. And the budget eliminates $75 million in diversions from the TTF and the Turnpike Authority, a practice that we are committed to moving away from. The budget is a clear example that we are on track to accomplish just that. I assure you that we will spend these dollars wisely and efficiently to maximize the return to the customer and justify the faith and investment of the public and the elected officials and the governor who are empowering and giving us those funds. Another thing I'd like to bring to your attention is the court advocate. Over the past year and a half, we've been taking steps to improve the customer experience, as I commented on, but we're also taking steps to improve our employee experience as well. One way we've done that is with the recent creation of an employee court advocate position to support operational employees such as bus operators and train crews, who unfortunately are sometimes victims of on-the-job assault. Attorney Mike Rubin will fill this role. Let's see, where's Mike? Around here. But Mike is very familiar with NJ Transit, having previously served 15 years with the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety, representing this agency in a variety of legal matters. As employee court advocate, Michael will help employees who are victim of assault to navigate the justice system, understand their legal rights, and ensure that prosecutors pursue appropriate charges and sentences. We have a zero tolerance for assaults on our employee, and we will continue to pursue prosecution to the full extent of the law for any perpetrators. I am confident that Michael and his new role will make a real difference in the lives of our frontline employees and their confidence that we have their back and make sure that we take actions to prevent assaults from happening in the first place. Another thing I'd like to update on is the Amtrak Penn Station, New York work. I'm pleased to report that we have not had any significant issues of note with this summer service adjustments to accommodate the Amtrak work at Penn Station, New York. Repairs to the Hoboken Terminal roof and canopy were substantially finished prior to the service adjustments, which opened a larger section of the concourse to accommodate the additional customers and ease pedestrian flow throughout the terminal. We are keeping our customers, service ambassadors deployed at key locations throughout the rail system to continue assisting customers. Our outreach efforts and communication channels, which we activated in advance of the service impacts, proved successful in having our customers informed prior to the changes so they could seamlessly make the transition to their alternative travel options. I again want to thank our customers for their understanding and patience while Amtrak completes this critical and necessary infrastructure repairs in Penn Station, New York. And as I referred to earlier regarding our 40th anniversary, today does mark the agency's 40th anniversary, and we put together a video saluting not just all the accomplishments the agency has achieved over the years, but to recognize the many employees who have contributed to those successes. This video will be available on our website as well as YouTube channel. We still have many here today who were here on that date in 1979, and we'll be recognizing them immediately following the video presentation. Please turn your attention to the monitors for a fun trip back in time over the last 40 years, highlighting the many milestones and advancement at New Jersey Transit.
"1979, Jimmy Carter is president. Iran is in revolution. The Pittsburgh Pirates defeat the Orioles in the World Series. And the Grammy for Album of the Year goes to Saturday Night Fever. Radical Takeover, Midnight Ghosts, Whispers, Stares, and a smoke-filled room. Millions of dollars at stake. Sounds like the plot to the latest Tom Clancy novel, but in reality, it was simply the creation of NJ Transit. The dawning of a new era in public transportation took hold. The bygone era of siloed, independent, and multiple privately owned bus companies ended, and the dawning of a new unified and integrated statewide transit network began with the creation of NJ Transit on July 17, 1979.
I came in 1963, so in a couple of weeks I started my 57th year. I started as a bus driver. I'm just grateful that I was able to be here for 57 years. Equipment has changed. Our influence in the surrounding areas has changed. But what has not changed is the enthusiasm of the employees, the dedication of the employees, and the constant improvements, if you will, of our lines, our buses, to make life better for the people who ride our services.
1983. Ronald Reagan is president. Sally Ride becomes the first American woman in space. Gandhi is Best Picture of the Year. And the Redskins beat the Dolphins in Super Bowl 17. State officials decided that NJ Transit would enter the rail business on January 1st, 1983. This decision also meant that NJ Transit would operate rail service in New York State on the Pascack Valley and Port Jervis lines on behalf of Metro-North Railroad, a subsidiary of New York's Metropolitan Transportation Authority, continuing operations along routes that dated back to the early days of the Erie Railroad.
It was a lot different. It was less tech. Like that. We worked communications, underground cables, line trucks. Back then, there was no line truck. I was just climbing the poles. All the digging was by hand. Most of the digging was by hand. There's a big difference. But yeah, it's been good to me. Met a lot of friends, a lot of real good friends.
1983 also saw the stand-up of the NJ Transit Police Department. This small but dedicated team of sworn officers would grow significantly over the years into one of the finest and most respected departments in the country, with professionals in every aspect of law enforcement. 1993, Bill Clinton is president. South Africa adopts majority rule. The Chicago Bulls are NBA champions, and Eric Clapton's Tears in Heaven is Song of the Year. NJ Transit inaugurates Access Link service for the state's disabled community, and the Atlantic City Rail Line expands to serve Philadelphia's 30th Street Station. 1996, the Transit Arts program begins, funded by both federal and state set-asides for capital projects. Transit Arts liberates art from the prison of museums and places it in neighborhoods where all the people of New Jersey can be inspired. 2000, the millennium arrives, and Y2K is a big nothing. Mad cow disease has Europe in a frenzy. Heather French of Kentucky is Miss America, and the New Jersey Devils win the Stanley Cup. The year sees the inauguration of Hudson Bergen Light Rail Service, an award-winning design, build, operate, and maintain public-private partnership that launches NJ Transit firmly into the light rail arena. September 11th, 2001, America is attacked. In the shadow of the smoldering Twin Towers, the courageous men and women of NJ Transit assist in evacuating thousands who fled Lower Manhattan aboard ferries to Hoboken Terminal. 2003, Saddam Hussein is captured. The Department of Homeland Security begins operations. Serena Williams defeats her sister Venus to win Wimbledon, and The Sopranos gets the Emmy for Outstanding TV Drama. NJ Transit opens the Frank R. Lautenberg station at Secaucus Junction. This $500 million project unites 11 of 12 NJ Transit rail lines and connects the state east to west and north to south.
I was the primary project manager for the design and construction of that project. It was an odyssey. The design began in September of 1989, and we actually didn't complete the project in total until the summer of 2006. We wanted to design the station to become an iconic rail transportation hub for the state of New Jersey. New York City has Grand Central Station. Philadelphia has its 30th Street Station. Washington, D.C. has Union Station. But now, for the first time, the state of New Jersey has its own iconic station.
2005, the Department of Homeland Security makes its first grant to the NJ Transit Police Department for equipment, training, and communications to secure our transit system. October 29, 2012, Superstorm Sandy slams into the metropolitan area with rain and damaging 80-mile-per-hour winds that devastate transit infrastructure along with everything else in its path. The long road back strengthens the company's commitment to resiliency and the innovative concept of the microgrid. 2013, Barack Obama is the nation's first African-American president. Pope Benedict becomes the first pope in almost 600 years to resign. The federal government shuts down for 18 days in October, and Psy's Gangnam Style introduces Korean pop to the world. NJ Transit launches MyTix, the first iteration of the app, which allows customers to purchase and display tickets on their smartphones. The features of the app would continue to grow to meet the needs of customers and the company's commitment to new technology. Through the years, Hollywood has come knocking at Transit's door to film major creative projects at our stations and other facilities.
I have had the unique opportunity to be at the very beginning of New Jersey Transit and to see it evolve. I actually grew up with New Jersey Transit. As I mentioned, we started with 100 employees and now we're at over 11,000 employees, talented, dedicated employees in this agency. Prior to New Jersey Transit, the transit system was broken. We had about 30 bus companies, a handful of railroads, and there was no public transportation coordinator in the state. I remember the excitement and the enthusiasm of all the employees back then, and I would never give up that moment for anyone. It was just spectacular.
2018, Saudi Arabian women are given the right to drive, and Prince Harry marries American Meghan Markle. Bruno Mars sweeps the Grammys, and France wins the World Cup for a second year. NJ Transit got new leadership, new direction, and a renewed commitment on the part of the state government. The company defied expectations by reaching a major milestone in the installation of federally mandated positive train control ahead of schedule. Our new leadership's primary focus is improving the customer experience. One way to do that is modernizing our rail and bus fleets. For rail customers, NJ Transit has ordered 113 new multi-level rail cars and 17 new dual-mode locomotives. For bus customers, 268 new cruiser and articulated buses are scheduled to arrive next year. We've also been aggressively recruiting for critical positions. We have had more than 500 new bus operators graduate from training since January 2018. The new operators, combined with the new buses, will allow us to serve an additional 500,000 passenger trips annually. We've also hired more than 100 locomotive engineer trainees with 4 classes expected to graduate in 2019. We've also improved customer communication by leveraging technology. We introduced customized push notifications of service alerts through our mobile app and recently launched a new website homepage. The new homepage features a refreshed layout, streamlined navigation, and easier access to essential information. And all this is just the beginning.
I think the importance of New Jersey Transit, when you look at rising out of the ashes of a batch of bankrupt railroads and the collapse nationally of the private sector bus transit system, has been an incredible success story. It's certainly had its ups and downs, like most transit agencies around the country. But if you look at what New Jersey and the amount of mobility and where this company has grown over 40 years is astounding.
As we enter our 40th year of operation, the dedicated men and women of NJ Transit continue to prove every day that life begins at 40.
A lot of people had a lot of fun in making that. Hopefully you share some of the fun we do have here at our jobs. As I mentioned earlier, some of our longest tenured employees are with us here today to help celebrate. And on the bus operations, Luis Trujillo, who many of us know, with 60 years, Luis. And on the rail ops, Ed Jocelyn, 52 years. And on light rail, we have Andrew Michelangelo at 46 years. And on finance, we have Daisy Johnson with 50 years. And our star of the show, Joyce Zuchek, she must have started working here when she was about 6, but with 43 years, it's certainly one of the best personalities that we have here. And before, not to leave out, of course, our police department, Drew Keelan, Inspector Andrew Keelan, with 34 years. We started the police department a bit later, just on the video. So Drew is only a young puppy with 34 years and a great colleague. So if you'd all come up for a presentation and a picture.
How you doing? Hey, you're gonna be every morning. We said when I get my 40 years, you'll be here.
And I think with that, I'd also like to thank American Express for their partnering with us to sponsor the commemoration of our 40th anniversary. And with that, Chair, that concludes my remarks.
I appreciate it, Kevin. You know, when you can get philosophical, I guess, about the 40th anniversary of New Jersey Transit and the struggles we've certainly faced in the last 17 or 18 months since becoming part of the New Jersey Transit family. But I would offer to you that I keep a mug on my desk that says not every day is good, but there is good in every day. And I think the good that comes from this agency is that through some of the trials, the staff here has continually worked hard to continue to push that ball forward, right? We're getting to football season, so I'm going to go to my football analogies, right? We try to get 10 yards every day. And it's not easy. It's not easy because we have lots of armchair quarterbacks who are constantly evaluating us. And that's okay. That's the way it's supposed to be. We expect that. We would want nothing less. But I would like to congratulate not just our long-term employees, all of our employees who every day have worked to make this 40 years very special. We've had far more successful years than not. We are working hard to make sure that we get back to that place, and I think that it is on our horizon. I would like to acknowledge, although she's standing behind the wall and doesn't realize I see her, Flora Castillo is here today, one of our longest-serving commissioners. Her service to this organization has been unparalleled, and I think that it's important that we acknowledge that. But there's also someone else missing today. I want to mention that she wanted to be here. She has been an integral part of the fabric of New Jersey Transit from the beginning, and that is Suzanne Mack. She is the chair of the North Jersey Passenger Advisory Council, and she has been on the advisory council since the first day. And every year has worked tirelessly to support transit and make it better for the customers in the state. While so much has changed over the 40 years since 1979, Suzanne's commitment and leadership has not wavered. And I wish she could be here today to be celebrating with us, but she had family commitments. I appreciate her insight and her perspective, and I know that has been true of every chair that has come before me. We will tell Suzanne this in person when she's back at our next meeting, but it would not be right for us not today to at least mention her, think about her as she's off with her family doing important work as well. Family is the key, right? Whether it's a toll road or a DOT or a transit, we become a family. And that doesn't mean we always get along, but it means at the end of the day, we always do what's right together. And I think that's the key to any of the agencies that I serve with, and certainly no less this one. So today is a happy day for us. We continue to work to be better every day, and that won't matter if it's our 40th, our 41st, or our 50th. We're going to keep doing everything we can every day to be a better transit agency to the benefit of all of our riders, bus, rail, light rail, Access Link, everything that we offer. So with that, Kevin, I would just congratulate you and your staff one more time for the extraordinary work that they do every day. Now back to our regularly scheduled program. Are there, Joyce, any comments from the public today?
Yes, we have 12 speakers, and we also have 4 speakers on behalf of Russell Grady. Speakers, in order to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, comments will be limited to 5 minutes. If there are several people speaking on the same topic, the first 2 speakers, or the last 2 speakers, will have 5 minutes to provide comments, and all other speakers will have 2 minutes to provide comments. So the first speaker is Brendan Cahill, but I understand that Randy Glucksman and Orrin Getz want to join him at the podium, so please come up.
Thank you. So I'm from New York State Senator David Carlucci's office. He can't be here, but he wanted me to express his some concerns that have came through to our office from residents. We represent Rockland County, which has the Pascack Valley line and the Port Jervis line. So he wrote the following letter to the board. A number of constituents have reached out to my office regarding the level of services offered by New Jersey Transit. Specifically, there's ongoing frustration among Rockland commuters over frequently delayed and canceled trains on both the Pascack Valley and Port Jervis lines. According to New Jersey Transit statistics from July 2018 to July 15, 2019, there have been over 330 reported trains that have been delayed by 10 minutes or more on the Pascack Valley line, and in that same time period, the line has had over 130 reported cancellations. Additionally, there were over 600 reported delays and 100 reported cancellations on the Port Jervis line. According to the Journal News, on the west of Hudson lines in 2018, 260 trains were canceled, which was a 90% increase from 2017. And as I'm sure you know, furthermore, Rockland stations still lack adequate express trains, which creates another detriment for its riders. The lack of adequate train service has led frustrated commuters to contact my office. One commuter from Rockland said that recently 3 trains were canceled in a row during his commute, and when these cancellations and delays happen, it can take residents hours to get to work wherever they need to go, which is, unacceptable. Rockland commuters need and deserve the fastest and most reliable commute possible. Right now, they're not receiving this. Rockland residents are paying far more into Metro North and New Jersey Transit than they receive back in service. Respectfully, I request that New Jersey Transit work to improve train service as soon as possible. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Please don't hesitate to contact my office to discuss this further. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Randy Glucksman. I was hoping to get an opportunity to see your new board members, but apparently that hasn't happened. The most important matter that I can speak with you about today is positive train control, or PTC. This has been a really hot topic at the MTA, and earlier this month, due to some serious manufacturing problems which have been openly discussed at several Long Island Railroad and Metro North committee meetings, as well as at full board meetings, a number of my fellow board members, along with Metro North senior staff, including their presidents, and PTC staff, traveled to Pittsburgh to meet with the executives of Bombardier and Siemens, firms that are supplying the PTC equipment to our 2 railroads. Action item number 19-42 deals with PTC, but didn't include any dollar amount. Shouldn't the taxpayers and customers know this amount? For accuracy, I asked my CFO for the MTA, who informed me the total amount of risk spending is $1.036 billion, 546.6 for Metro North, $489.9 million for Long Island Railroad, and we're getting reimbursed by Condot for $163 million. For several years, the committees have been receiving monthly updates on the status of this project. Unfortunately, there's been precious little information disseminated from this agency, and the lack of transparency is frightening because December 31st, 2020, the deadline is only 17 months away. For the record, federal law is very firm. Any railroad not in full and complete compliance is not permitted to operate trains beginning January 1st, 2022. Check the FRA website for specific details, especially about the monetary fines. Please begin advising us where New Jersey Transit stands with its PTC installation as soon as possible. I should have also started by wishing a happy anniversary 40th. I apologize, but yes, I was here for many of those years as an outsider. Last June, service notices were issued canceling nearly 24 trains system-wide, including my 2 Metro North Express trains on the Pascack Valley line, which we pay you to operate. At the same time, we also lost our Friday-only train, which was used by Sabbath observers, those who need to get home before sundown, and others taking advantage of a 2-hour of a Friday getaway. It's bad enough that we have a 2-hour service gap in the afternoon and also in the morning, and this is an inconvenience. The service notices reported this was being done to install PTC, and that the trains would be restored in the first quarter of 2019. Well, we're into the third quarter now, and there's still no firm date when we'll get these trains back. And my constituents ask me all the time, when will we get these trains back? So it's my turn to ask you and your staff, when are our customers going to get our trains back? I also made a request that you don't sacrifice your everyday train customers to provide any kind of rail service for this American dream that's scheduled to open soon. We've waited long enough to have our trains restored to pre-2018 service levels. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Oren Getz, and first thing is that New Jersey Transit must consider transferring the Suffern Station over to the MTA. New Jersey Transit currently owns Suffern Station that lies within New York State. Transferring the Suffern Station will save New Jersey Transit the cost of operating and maintaining this station, and also we remove New Jersey Transit from any liability for people that would get injured at the station. The MTA needs to fix Suffern Station as part of a transit-oriented development. It also needs to make it handicapped accessible because paratransit vehicles from Rockland County cannot cross the state line and use Ramsey Route 17. New Jersey Transit also should be revisiting the Memorandum of Understanding that eliminated the construction of the Gulf siding in Oriole and the Vale siding on the Pascack Valley line in Park Ridge. By not building these 2 passing sidings, there's a 14-mile section of the Pascack Valley line that includes 10 station stops. This prevents us from having two-way peak hour service on the Pascack Valley line. The fears that caused the 9 communities from Montvale to River Edge along the Pascack Valley line have all but disappeared. It would be a good idea to go back to these communities and see if we can remove that memorandum of understanding and build these 2 missing sidings. We still have no information about, like Randy said, of a second Metro North Express train being restored. And this not only causes problems for Rockland County commuters, but also involves New Jersey Transit Bergen County commuters, because by the time the trains get down to the lower end of the Pascack Valley line, they're very crowded, and sometimes the trains have to miss the stations down there, stranding the New Jersey Transit Bergen County commuters. And that's wrong. And even if the people can get on the trains are often so crowded that the crews can't even pass through the trains and collect the tickets or check the tickets. We still have no status on, like Randy said, of the Pascack, of a positive train control, and we need to know what's going on. We know that New Jersey Transit is going to be spending more money as a result of the board meeting today, but we need a complete, comprehensive status on positive train control. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Samuel Richter.
Good morning. The catalyst for my appearance is an incident which occurred 12 days ago on a Riverline light rail in which, as the train had slowed to a stop, at one of its stops, a rider had his backpack stolen as he gave chase unsuccessfully. He went into a residential area, hopped a fence, cut his knee, but fortunately found his backpack with not much stolen. Transit police and municipal police responded quickly, although the perpetrator has not been caught yet, I understand. Now, we're never going to eliminate completely crime on light rail or in transit generally. We can't eliminate it in society even. But we can reduce it. But more importantly, what can be done is to reduce the everyday nuisances which occur at least on that light rail line. I was struck coming up today on the Northeast Corridor how much, as I've noticed before, how much different things are there where passengers are respectful and orderly. Yet on the light rail, we have individuals who periodically, fairly frequently, will be at one end of the cab yelling things in conversation with individuals at the other end, speaking very loudly, often with profanity. Additionally, other things such as happened to me, which I saw last year. A passenger dropped a coffee cup there, and there was not only no one there to clean it up and no one to report what had happened. These sorts of things, especially the behavior of the individuals on light rail, which occurs too frequently, ultimately endanger the solvency of the light rail because it discourages ridership. One of the things that could be done, of course the easiest thing could be done and cheapest would be to create some sort of quiet car. But I think something else would be helpful in the long run. It'd be more expensive than having a quiet car, but less expensive than having law enforcement personnel on the train, and that is to have an employee of New Jersey Transit there. It would discourage some of the obnoxious behavior on the train, which discourages ridership. Additionally, the individual could, as on the Northeast Corridor and heavy rail generally, collect fares. That way, you would eliminate the problem of the free rider, individuals who get on there without paying. And if an individual hasn't paid, they would be expected to pay double or whatever an additional penalty for having not paid in advance. Instead, we have a ridiculous system where you have to validate your ticket. Of course, there are a few people, not a fairly small minority, but still some people who are new to the line, maybe they're tourists and aren't aware that you have to validate the ticket. And this would be very helpful if there were somebody on the line. Instead, we have this absurd system of absurd gotcha system, wherein we have spot checks which occur. So I think it's critical in the long run the viability of light rail to get a New Jersey Transit employee on the trains. On a smaller and quicker matter, the automated message board, which sometimes announces what the next stop is going to be on the light rail, is often inaccurate, announcing the stop that has just occurred. So it's a couple of minutes behind the time, and that should be fixed. And I would encourage you all to look at the long term and to see how this changing this system would improve and increase ridership. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Thorpe.
Good morning, Chairman Gacchetti, members of the board, staff, and New Jersey Transit, especially those longtime members like Joyce. You're really hanging in there, and I appreciate all you do on a daily basis. Joyce is particularly an unsung hero, and all the people that work like in rail and bus that are not visible to the public are not seen, but do a tremendous amount of work to make this agency better. So congratulations on your 40th anniversary. And that's where the compliments are going to end. The gentleman just spoke in front of me, hit a soft spot with me. I ride the River Line myself, and the deportment of some of those passengers is ultimately revolting. It's the profanity. It's the loud yelling. It's the loud obnoxious behavior. There are seldom no employees, and you can't expect the police to ride every train. But I mean, and also on the Hudson-Bergen light rail can be annoying too. You know, I've been on all the light rail systems you operate. And in the one that I've had the least trouble on is the Newark light rail. Right? Newark light rail is usually quiet and everything else when I've ridden, no matter what time of the day. But you can get some really rough trains on that River Line. I'm going to be riding it next week because I have a meeting to go to down in Camden. So you put cameras on there. The cameras only help after the fact, like maybe with this fellow's backpack that got stolen and stuff, maybe you can ID somebody. But it doesn't prevent things from happening. It's very scary as a senior citizen to ride some of those trains, because some of those people are big and strong, and they could take me out in a heartbeat. You know, so it's a grave concern I have. And there is some lack of deportment of passengers on heavy rail, too. Not as bad, but it happens. I mean, quiet cars are nice, but half the time people just, if you say kindly to them, you know, this is a quiet car, they just give you an attitude. You know, and since the crews are not charged with enforcing this, and they aren't, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to change. But I have a lot more stuff to talk about than that, but that hit a soft spot with me, so I had to say something. Larry Higgs and Stephen Sterling did a great piece in the Star-Ledger. NJ Transit cancellation alert soaring. 1,600 canceled trains since January 1st to July 1st. That's ridiculous. And I've said it many times that we need a schedule you can realistically operate, not a Cinderella schedule. Most people in this room and most people that ride the railroad want to know that the 8:30 train will be there at 8:30, about 99.9% of the time. That's not the case. I was just looking at Departure Vision last night for Penn Station. 2 trains were canceled almost within a half an hour of each other. One was a Trenton Express train, which meant all the people from that train had to go to the next train, and on and on and on. I've said this over and over again. Give us a schedule you can reasonably operate and you can keep, not a schedule that's imaginary, because you have to cancel so many trains. I understand your situation. You don't have engineers to run trains. That's understandable, and people do understand that. But when you start saying you're going to run train A, B, C, and D, and train B and C never operate or don't operate 80% of the time, that's a concern. So Larry Higgs and Steve Sterling did a great job on this piece. It's something that's an eye-opener. Another thing I got a big problem with is the dual-power locomotives. Kevin, you mentioned about the dual-power locomotives before. The Raritan Valley line has no direct service to New York. Those locomotives are nothing more than another locomotive being used. I think they're $35 million a copy. They're not cheap. They're not even going to New York right now because you do have crew shortages and things. But as I said before, if you look at the Northeast Corridor timetable and you look at the Raritan Valley timetable, the size alone can tell you there could be some work done to look at those trains to see if you can get a couple slots from Raritan Valley into New York. It's not impossible. It requires work. Nobody said it's going to be easy. But I think you should really, as a service to those folks over there, look into that. I'm a resident of Winfield, which is equidistant to Cranford or Linden. I also wanted to find out, I haven't been here in a couple meetings, I also want to mention one other thing about the about the PTC. This shouldn't be a secret item. This is a cash cow for Parsons. How much money is being spent there? This is something the public needs to know.
And I also would like to know what's going on with my friend Mr. Grady. Mr. Grady is patiently waiting. I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know what transpired. I heard a little bit about it. But I would really like to see something done to help this man. He's been waiting a very long time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Peter Allen.
Good morning. Regarding Randy's characterization, I'm still an outsider. Although I'm chair of the Lackawanna Coalition, today I speak personally. 40 years ago today, a momentous event took place in the annals of transit history. The Transportation Act of 1979 was passed and signed by Governor Brendan Byrne. It heralded the start of much-needed reform for our mobility, and I am honored to have known the founders of New Jersey Transit, who did so much to improve the mobility that we had at that critical time. I was going to law school then and commuting on the Morrison-Essex line. Our transit was terrible. It was so unreliable that we never knew whether or not our train would actually come. There was a chronic shortage of equipment. Bureaucrats ran the trains through the commuter operating agency at NJDOT, and they worked in concert with the managers of Conrail, but they could do very little, even if they cared about the riders. There was never enough money to run the transit we needed either. In short, the situation was very much like it is today. To make matters worse, Public Service wanted to get rid of its vast bus network. But there were differences. Some reform-minded people wanted better transit and fought hard to get it. The one I honor the most passionately is the late Senator Frank Herbert, who sponsored the original bill. I served with him for several years on ScatterTAC, the Senior Citizens and Disabled Residents Transportation Advisory Committee. He often told the story about how he fought relentlessly for transit reform, especially since Public Service wanted to abandon its bus business and the New York City subway. He spoke of the strong support that he got from Governor Brendan Byrne. Despite fierce opposition, especially from the privately owned bus lines, the bill passed by a single vote. I also honor Lou Gambaccini, the commissioner at the time, who got New Jersey Transit started and assembled a team of managers who later became industry leaders. Some of them are still active, and I recognize them today. D.C. Agrawal, who issued the check to Public Service to buy the bus company. Art Gazzetti, who today is Vice President for Policy at the American Public Transportation Association, APTA. Rose Sheridan and Fran Hooper, who are APTA staffers today. Martin Robbins, who was later director of the Voorhees Center at Rutgers. Stanley Rosenblum, president of Sistra Consulting. And Joyce Zuchek, who is still with us as board secretary. And these are in addition to the people you recognized in your video. The crisis that gave rise to New Jersey Transit also gave birth to the rider advocacy movement as we know it. The Lackawanna Coalition was founded shortly before New Jersey Transit, and our sibling organization, the New Jersey Association of Railroad Passengers, NJR, just after. Al Papp and Jack May have been on the scene since then, and they're still active. Bill Wright brought his advocacy to the advisory committees. Jeff Marinoff advocated so strongly for better transit in South Jersey that much of the rail transit we have there today would not be here if it weren't for him. As a lawyer, John McGoldrick fought to save the Princeton Dinky in 1975, and he was given a seat on the original board, which he held for 29 years. There are more recent managers, too. Jim Greller, who's here, the king of the BMT. Al Fazio, my colleague from Railway Age, and Stan Feinsod, who's still going strong in San Francisco. And I can't forget the First Lady of American Transit, the legendary Shirley DeLibero. And Jeff Warsh, a man of great vision. I have been honored to know all those people and know what they did. The mobility we have today is our legacy from them. 40 years ago, we had a press corps who asked probing questions and held the decision makers' feet to the fire. We need that sort of inquiry now. And more than at any other time since then, and I urge my fellow journalists to ask the questions like what service improvements will this year's budget increase at New Jersey Transit bring to us? I will do my part at Railway Age, too. When we needed reform in our transit 40 years ago, people like Frank Herbert, Lou Gambaccini, and Brendan Byrne made sure that we had it. We need it again today, but this time our elected officials have let us down, at least so far. But we still hope for improvement as we celebrate with New Jersey Transit on this very special day. I will conclude with a presentation from the Lackawanna Coalition. Last month, we passed by acclamation a resolution congratulating New Jersey Transit on its 40th anniversary and congratulating the original employees who are still making their contributions to better mobility for all of us. I hereby present counterparts of the first resolution regarding NJ Transit to Commissioner Diane Gutierrez-Scacchetti and President and CEO, I have to get used to saying that, Kevin S. Corbett. We also honor the original employees. We present the second resolution to Joyce J. Zuchek, Board Secretary, as representing them. Congratulations, New Jersey. Congratulations. You deserve to get one for a change. Thank you for your service, everybody here.
Okay, the next speaker is Paula Rogovin.
Hi, I'm Paula Rogovin from the Don't Gas the Meadowlands Coalition and the Coalition to Ban Unsafe Oil Trains. Governor Murphy pledged to move New Jersey to 100% renewable energy sources. I'd like to speak to you about the proposed New Jersey Transit power plant, frac gas power plant that's proposed. Wondering if any of you on the board or in the audience have asthma, COPD, or any kind of lung problems? Anybody? Anyone in your family have asthma or any kind of lung problems? Those of you who do have asthma or lung problems probably noticed that there were recently several ozone alerts, smog alerts. The American Lung Association rated Bergen and Hudson counties F for ozone. And we have already one power plant, the PSE&G power plant, and now a proposal by private firm to have a power plant in the Meadowlands in North Bergen, and now this one proposed to be in Kearney. Approving a power plant, frac gas power plant, with all the deadly emissions would be equivalent to being accessory to murder. Yes, putting a frac gas power plant with the greenhouse gases, with ozone emissions, would be showing total disregard to the health of your own family and other residents of northern New Jersey. We're in a climate emergency. It's not time to build even one fossil fuel-powered infrastructure project in New Jersey. The New Jersey Transit Power Plant would operate for 30 to 40 years, locking in a future of pollution. New Jersey Transit would have to buy ozone credits from facilities that are closing. So imagine if you buy the ozone credits, who gets the ozone? We get the ozone in our lungs. You can buy all the credits you want, but that's theoretical. We get the pollution in our lungs. Another frightening thing about the proposed New Jersey Transit Power Plant in the Meadowlands is that the CSX trains, which go through a lot of our communities in Bergen and Hudson, they carry back in crude oil. They go through, on July 9th, we marked the 6th anniversary of the tragedy in La Mégantic, Quebec, where a train carrying the same back in crude oil that goes through our communities, the train derailed, exploded, killing 46 people, leaving 25 children orphans. Back in crude oil explodes at a lower temperature than other crude oils. Any spark would endanger people in the entire region. The Meadowlands is a flood zone. We know that. Obviously, we know that. Trains often derail during floods. The Trump administration is now rushing the approval for the transport of even more dangerous liquefied natural gas. Placing a power plant near the CSX trains could spell death. Death. Please don't even consider allowing a fossil fuel power plant. I plead with you, save our lives. Vote no for frack gas power plant. There's solar, there's wind, there's storage batteries. We have plenty of people probably sitting in this room who could help come up with the plan to provide electricity 24/7. Electricity that would keep us safe, that would keep us healthy.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cassandra Worthington.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you in advance for your active listening. My name is Cassandra Worthington, and I'm the North Jersey organizer at Food and Water Watch. This organization has over 65,000 members in New Jersey. We are part of Don't Gas the Meadowlands, which is a coalition of over 50 organizations, including Sierra Club, Hackensack Riverkeeper, Clean Water Action, Environment New Jersey, and Coalition against the Coalition to Ban Unsafe Oil Trains, and more. Members from the Don't Gas the Meadowlands are here today in opposition of NJ Transit Grid Traction Power System, this gas power plant that will provide 140 megawatts to New Jersey Transit and proposed in Kearney. According to the draft environmental impact statement, this $526 million taxpayer-funded project would emit more than 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions each year. The project presents a wide range of serious negative public health, safety, economic, and environmental impacts, and threatens the historic and ongoing recovery of the Hackensack River and the New Jersey Meadowlands. At a time when we must rapidly transition our grid off fossil fuels and onto 100% clean renewable energy, approving a new power plant that would burn fracked gas 24/7 for decades would reverse the progress of this region's energy and climate mitigation accomplishments. Building resilience against future extreme weather events like Superstorm Sandy it should be a critical priority of New Jersey Transit. But we cannot build for resiliency by doubling down on fossil fuels. Approving a new long-term source of greenhouse gas pollution will only accelerate climate change, increasing the frequency and severity of flooding, storm surges, at sea level rise, and risk to our environmentally sensitive Meadowlands communities. We urge you to protect our health, safety, economy, and environment by rejecting this irresponsible and destructive project. We call on you to aggressively pursue grid resiliency for NJ Transit and other critical public infrastructure with 100% clean renewable energy technologies such as wind, solar, and battery storage. The proposed power plant would operate in an area of Hudson County that is already struggling with significant air pollution. The county has a failing grade from the American Lung Association for exceeding high levels of ground level ozone. As someone with asthma, I'm speaking to you personally. Based on the American Lung Association State of the Air report, Hudson County already has significant populations with pediatric and adult asthma, COPD, and and lung cancer. Their conditions will only be exacerbated by additional air pollution. If this plant is built, more residents from Hudson County will incur the physical and financial health care costs associated with increased pollution. The only way we can protect our communities from the worst impacts of air pollution and climate change is by stopping the expansion of all new fossil fuel infrastructure projects. We hope that you heard the student leaders at our 500-person march in the streets on May 18th against the first proposed Meadowlands power plant. Clara Kim, a high school student at Palisades Park, said, "Today we live in a world where we have to fight for the privilege to breathe clean air. We need you to fight alongside us for clean air and a livable climate. We ask you to do everything in your power to protect the public health, safety, and economy and environment of our New Jersey communities by opposing the second proposed power plant in the Meadowlands, the New Jersey Transit Grid Project." Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jan Barry Crum.
Good morning. I use Jan Barry as my professional name. I'm a former reporter for the former Bergen Record. Times are really changing, every which way. I don't have a prepared statement because last night I was on a delayed flight from Chicago that had to fly down to South Carolina to avoid a storm coming up from New Orleans named Hurricane Barry. I had nothing to do with it. What I want to talk to you very briefly about is what I have been learning and researching what can be done to go to 100% renewable energy. I'm a member of the Northern New Jersey chapter of the Sierra Club. As you may know, the Sierra Club nationally has been assisting cities and states to put together plans to go to 100% renewable energy. Apple has already done it. As of a year ago, that corporation has shifted everything that they do in this country and internationally to getting their power sources from 100% renewable energy. It is there. I'm simply asking you, as one of the additional agencies in the state of New Jersey, to start pulling that information together and start putting it into place. And I'd be very happy to assist in any kind of way that I can in providing specific information. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is James Greller. Is James Greller here? Okay, we'll move on to Sally Gellert.
Okay, first, of course, Sally Gellert from the Lackawanna Coalition Communications Director. And first, of course, congratulations on 40 years. There have been many ups and downs along the way, and we're hoping that we're starting on a path back to the professionalism that marked the early days of New Jersey Transit. Toward that end, we noticed that the new homepage, which started with the alerts buried, was quickly improved with alerts front and center when one arrives on the page. Thanks for that improvement. I hope that the maps and tools menus will be quickly repaired, so that those of us on computers, not tablets or phones, will be able to use them. Everything comes down way too far to reach. I see that you're celebrating with the Heritage Stripe multi-level cars, as reported by Bill Branchuono in Railway Age. We would also like to see two other lines honored, the Erie and our Heritage Rail line, the Lackawanna. I would like to thank Mr. Corbett and his staff for the color graphics in the director's report. It really makes them legible for the first time. I'm hoping that Ms. Gutierrez-Sachetti's veiled promise of a reasonable offer to Mr. G has indeed come to fruition. That would be an excellent way to mark this landmark anniversary. We have been seeing coverage of the latest planned opening of the large mall in Secaucus, now known as American Dream, in October, and speculations as to potential transportation options. We wonder about resources for new lines, including engineers, conductors, and bus drivers, given the ongoing cancellations and annulments, and we hope that our constituents' travel will not be disrupted by a diversion of equipment or employees. In addition, the distance from the Meadowlands station to the major mall attraction seems to make the train service impractical. The number of employees and visitors projected would seem to indicate a market, but given the current status of New Jersey Transit service, we are concerned. Don't start anything new until you get what's really running or should be running now correct. Today is the first day of hearings for the state's draft energy master plan, and we note the large proportion of greenhouse gases attributable to the transportation sector of New Jersey. We encourage New Jersey Transit to electrify as much as possible, but we are concerned about your plans for a gas-fired power plant in Kearney, as mentioned by the environmental folks. Although there is FRA financing of the project for purposes of resiliency, we note that distribution, not a lack of generation capacity, was the issue during Superstorm Sandy. In addition, I would have thought, after so much equipment was lost in the flooding of Superstorm Sandy, that construction in the floodplain would have been off the table, but apparently not. New Jersey Transit has been having, as I said again, enough trouble maintaining full transit operations. You should not be creating an expensive New Jersey Transit Power and Light, complete with office buildings and numerous employees. With the administration talking about the need to move quickly to renewable energy, this is a step backwards. The solar microgrid component of what is being called the New Jersey Transit Grid is only 4 megawatts of 140, less than 3%. Less than 3% solar renewable. If there's an actual need for new generation, which we doubt, we would prefer to see experienced experts from private utilities meet those needs without fracked gas, and to see state agencies following the administration's stated goals rather than going against them by creating yet another fracked gas power plant. Although I'm speaking for the Lackawanna Coalition today, I, along with coalition members Steve Thorpe and David Peter Allen, are members of the Senior Citizen and Disabled Residents Transportation Advisory Committee. And as individuals, not speaking in any official capacity, we're glad to recognize another year of grants to our county paratransit systems. As we come up to a census year, we hope that New Jersey Transit is involved in getting complete census counts so that these grants can be properly distributed. I know the ScatterTAC chairperson, Basil Giletto, is here to officially represent the committee. On a personal note, I have a long-standing concern about lack of bus service in Paramus on Sundays. My 90-year-old mother has to drive to Maywood on Sundays to pick up my dad's aide, who arrives by bus on Saturday. That means that I must be sure to be there on Saturday morning and when the aide leaves at noon so that Mom can leave the house and someone is with my dad. I would be there anyway, most likely, but I'm sure that there are other households in similar situations. Yes, there are reasons other than shopping to go to Paramus. I attend the UU Society on Forest Avenue, which I can reach by the same bus our aide takes, but only 6 days a week. I worry about inclement weather for my mom, a 3-hour shift that does not justify the cost of a taxi or a taxi substitute for the aide. No doubt we'll muddle through, but it's unfortunate that the buses either do not run on Sunday or end before Paramus. To finish, in addition, living in Woodcliff Lake, it has been frustrating to hear trains going by my house every 2 hours during the weekend and never stopping. I would like to see trains leave Spring Valley a minute or two earlier to include a stop in Woodcliff Lake, maybe even at the other neglected stop on the line, Teterboro. Again, congratulations on 40 years.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Sevener.
Hello, I'm Tim Sevener from the Transit Village of Mount Tabor. And congratulations on the 40 years. So now we have to think about the next 20 years, 2050 climate goals. I got here by electric transportation. A lot of people are talking about electric transportation. We already have it. It's the trains and the light rail. And we need that to be renewably powered. Atlantic City Wind is a perfect coupling to power an electrified Atlantic City rail line. We need to electrify the Boonton line from Montclair State to Denville. We need to electrify all our rail lines, and then instead of building a fracked gas plant in the middle of the Meadowlands, which is really, it's the worst place, vulnerable to flooding. We need to build solar microgrids. Use the rail yards, use rail stations, use transit-oriented development with solar panels on the top. Then you put energy storage. You can put 1 megawatt of energy storage using Tesla Powerwall lithium-ion batteries, which is the standard now, in a container. Those could easily fit in the places. This is the way you get a real microgrid. The Dutch already have, I've told you this before, 100% renewable electric rail. That needs to be our goal. Wasting $400 million of federal money on a new natural gas plant is a total mistake. It's going to be a stranded asset. Instead, we should ask our representatives, our congressional delegation, who are very much in favor of this, I think all of them, to say, look, at the FTA, we need this money to be a jump start for us to be like the Dutch, totally renewable electric rail. That is our goal. It can be done. I just got, 2 weeks ago, my house, I've had solar for 7 years, and I actually pay 0 electric bills, or I even make money on my solar credits, which New Jersey Transit could be doing the same. I wonder what your electric bills are. I'm sure they're major. I just finally got a battery backup. It's about 1 foot high. That's it. 6 marine batteries. And that will back up my house. I should never lose power again. I can run off-grid if I have to for like 48 hours. This needs to be the solution, what we're looking for New Jersey Transit grid resilience. We need it. We need grid resilience, absolutely. The thing we should be running in a disaster is not our cars. We need to run the rail. Rail is probably the safest and it's the most energy efficient. I gave you all before the report of the International Energy Agency, which documents how much rail is the most energy efficient, ecological form of transportation. It is key to our climate change goals, green transit. And the best way is electric rail is way better than any other form of transportation. It will take years to get electric cars. Meanwhile, we have electric right now. So that's my basic point is let's look at this, talk to the Sierra Club, talk to other solar engineers, work with our representatives to change this project of federal money, which would give us a jump start, instead to make solar microgrids. The advantage also of microgrids is you don't have a single point of failure. Again, Green Mountain Energy is already doing this in Vermont. They actually have a business of they connect up communities and localities with solar energy or wind energy, and then they have all stored, energy storage along with it. And then what they use that to back up their grids, so they don't have to pay a lot of money for these off-peak gas plants they're just $400 million. And you're going to have to buy the gas forever to run it. The solar is here. It's free. I pay nothing. Let's do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Clift.
Still good morning. That's good news. Let me make some comments on the Central Power Plant. Calling it NJ Transit Grid is hiding behind the renewable part of this. I think one of the people today said 4 megawatts of renewable power, 140 megawatts of gas-powered power. My beef with this is that you are spending precious transit dollars on a power plant. Nobody builds a power plant for themselves unless they get subsidized. In this case, you could call it 100% subsidy because 3/4 comes from the feds and one quarter comes from the TTF. If you need power, purchase it, don't build it. And I associate myself with all the comments. I would like to know if it's possible to submit a digital copy of the record today to the DEIS folks. The power plant, the comments are due Friday evening. If anybody's commenting today, get it on the record. But I'm wondering if New Jersey Transit could submit a copy today of all the people's remarks. That would be great. Let me go to my prepared remarks. 40th anniversary is great, but I have to say that the anniversary present we're getting from this administration is one of opacity. Action items. A year ago, you stopped providing information on action items, and it just continues on. Let me first say that my handout today, the second and third pages, it's a year exactly to the day that I came in here and I said you don't qualify for the $800 million grant for the Portal North Bridge because you don't have enough trains. But I don't see anything happening with that. I don't see any reaction to that. Everyone's still going to build a high-level bridge that you can't afford to build because you can't get the money. So I ask you, I plead with you, look for an alternative that does not require money you don't have. And then the operating budget. I hope the media today get all over you guys about the $50 million. Now, you didn't ask for the $50 million, but you got it. The simple question is, what are you going to do with it? And I would argue that you've had 3 or 4 months to think about it. You should be able to say, this is what we're going to do. Project A, Project B, these buses, these trains. If you don't have resources to run stuff, can you spend the money wisely? Don't just bury it. But I really hope the media go after you all today to get answers, to break through this wall of opacity that seems to have permeated the place. Delco lead, number 43 today. This is more money wasted on a project that isn't needed. Jim Weinstein is long gone. This was his excuse for having drowned 400 cars and locomotives because he didn't move them out of a floodplain when Sandy was coming. You got to stop the Delco lead project. That money should go into another tunnel under the river. PTC, everybody else, other people have spoken on it. But once again, in private, you are giving more money to Parsons Transportation Group. There needs to be some transparency, and all we're seeing is opacity. And by the way, Caltrain fired Parsons Transportation Group when they ran into trouble. You all just seem to keep shoveling the money out the door. It would be nice to know, for a change, when you give them $10 million, what are you getting for that specifically? The capital budget. This is a new high on opacity. There are no comparisons with fiscal $19. You always used to do that. There's no capital uses by program category. There's only 6 pages in the package today. Last year there were 18. And I was asking for more last year. You're going in the wrong direction. And my last item on our prepared remarks is the operating budget. Once again, a new high in opacity. If you look on the handout, you'll see on the left is last year's budget. You've got all these expense categories. This year, you've got over $2 billion in 3 little items. And by the way, your numbers don't even match. The fiscal $19 you approved last year in August aren't the same numbers that you're talking about today. I don't know why. You'll see the 2 notes here. I don't know why that is. The other thing you don't compare just to budget. Everybody else in the world really compares to projected. You have 11 months of actual numbers. You should be talking about projected as well. And once again, 5 pages instead of 11. But on the 40th anniversary, I would like to see the reversal of this opacity process. It's a sad present for 40 years. I'd like you to change that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Case.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Thanks for this occasion. Thanks for the opportunity to address you. I represent the Hudson Group of the Sierra Club. I'm the chair of the Hudson Group of the Sierra Club. I also represent the Hudson Climate Coalition, which consists of Sierra Club, Food and Water Watch, Sustainable JC, Climate Movement of Hoboken, and the young people, the inspiring young people of the Sunrise Movement. Together, we represent over 1,000 people in Hudson County and tens of thousands of people statewide. I don't say that to glorify myself, but just to let you know that there really is a groundswell behind this, and there's going to be a lot of opposition to this gas-fired plant. We salute your desire to create the resiliency. Obviously, it's needed. We need mass transit to succeed if we're going to have a livable, sustainable future for the people of New Jersey. But we are strongly opposed to the building of this hydrofract power plant. I think people have already spoken quite convincingly to the amount of carbon it's going to generate, the fact that it really is an oxymoron, the idea that you're going to build this fossil fueled plant to create resiliency because you're going to be creating so much carbon that it's exacerbating the very climate crisis against which you're trying to create resiliency. It's an oxymoron. It's working at cross purposes. I'll switch a little bit since other people have really addressed this. And I'll just say also that I submitted with my comments, I did a very brief, nice article on ion lithium batteries and the storage and the cost of it. Great quick synopsis on there of Department of Energy figures on the cost of photovoltaics and the battery backup. It's quick. It's really convincing. I think it'll show you that it's going to be much cheaper to do this than to spend a bunch of money on a fossil fuel project. So that said, I'll switch and I'll say I'm also a resident of Jersey City Heights. We just got rid of this coal-fired power plant. Even so, there's nights when, as a resident of the Heights, or if you're in the Journal Square area or in North Bergen, you have to close your window at night just to protect yourself from the toxicity and the acrid fumes that come from the Essex incinerator. So on top of this Essex incinerator now, we're going to add this Liberty generating plant, and now we're talking about adding a plant in Kearney, another gas-fired power plant in Kearney. Again, as it is, we have to close our windows at night sometimes just to be able to breathe, just so you're not gagging at night. How can we add more fossil fuel toxic emitting facilities? It just doesn't make sense. It's unnecessary. This is an opportunity. New Jersey historically has been a leader in innovation. We can practically look. I'm sure you can probably go from the roof here and look to see where Edison had his labs. Jersey was a leader. Just a few short years ago, we were a leader in renewable energies. People on this board are here because they're smart, capable, experienced people. We look to you for leadership. The technologies, the solutions we're talking about are really not solutions of the future. They're now, as has been expressed. We look to you for leadership. Let's make New Jersey a leader in innovation and sustainability moving forward. Let's not plod forward with 1970s technology like so many zombies walking towards a climate precipice. We need leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have 4 speakers on behalf of Russell Grady. The first and last speaker will have 5 minutes for comments, and all other speakers will have 2 minutes for comments. The first speaker is Errol Kerr.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to the board. Also want to congratulate the New Jersey Transit on 40 years of service to the commuting public of New Jersey. I'm sure that within those 40 years, New Jersey Transit have done many good things, and you have improved the lives of many. We also believe that in those 40 years, New Jersey Transit have done a few things that were not as good. And one of the things that you have not done well is the reason why we are here today. And that is the injustice that was done to Mr. Russell Grady. We were led to believe, and when we were here last time, I had a feeling of excitement that at least something was being done to settle this matter. But underneath my excitement, there was a feeling of ambivalence, knowing very well that there was nothing signed and no statement was made to Mr. Grady concerning what he placed on the table in terms of what would have made him whole. So we were called to a meeting, I believe it was last week. And what was presented by New Jersey Transit was woefully inadequate and insulting to the losses that he suffered, both financially and emotionally. I think New Jersey Transit do understand the gravity of what was done to Mr. Grady. He's not here asking New Jersey Transit for anything that he's not deserving of. He's not asking for that. What he's asking New Jersey Transit to do is to be fair and to be reasonable. This man was rooted out of his business, and you cannot take what was on the table 15 years ago in a negotiation today and say this is a starting point. How many of us would want us to lose our salary and push it back to 15 years ago? None of us. So you have to deal with today, the value of today's dollars. That's where you start today. And what was presented to Mr. Grady was insulting. It's a re-victimization of Mr. Grady. He's not hungry. And because he's not hungry, he's not going to accept the pittance that was placed on the table. Somebody who's hungry would gladly accept it. But he's not hungry. He has a self-respect to deal with. And that's the reason why, for what was presented, he said no. He's not going to accept that. So my appeal to the board today is that you consider the suffering, the losses, the pain that he went through, and work around all of those things to present something which is reasonable. You can't just pull something out of here that is unrelated to any practical fact of the case and say, well, this is my answer. No, your answer should be pegged to his suffering, his losses, and his self-respect. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Nelson Ivy.
Good morning, almost afternoon. My name is Donna Nelson Ivy, and I am actually surprised I'm here today because I didn't think we were going to be here. I thought negotiations were going to be concluded by now and we would be done and Mr. Grady would be happy, as would you all be, because you wouldn't have to see these orange shirts anymore. However, it's not the case. The one thing I do want to do, two things actually, is say congratulations for 40 years to NJ Transit. I am really pleased about that and glad to be here. And I also want to congratulate people that made it happen, because you guys worked those 40 years based on what I heard. So you all, congratulations 2 times. Okay? All right. So everything that Earl said just before me, I just looked at him and I said, you said everything that I wanted to say. So I don't really have to say anything, except for I do want to put emphasis on it. We need to finish this deal. We need to make Mr. Grady whole. And I know that that's not a reality because that's 15 years ago, and I know you're not going to give him like $5 million because that probably would make him whole based on economics and the value. At any rate, it's time to put a closure to this. It really is. And I will be really excited to see this happen on behalf of Mr. G. Again, the man has a big heart. He takes care of Patterson. His restaurants are absolutely marvelous. I'm saddened that he had to go through this years ago, but we are here to help him have a successful ending to this story. I appreciate you all. I really do. And I hope you have a great summer. But I really, really, really would like you all to think, if this was your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, where would you want to be in all of this? God bless.
Thank you. The next speaker is Winifred Harrison.
1 minute to say good morning. So good morning, everyone. And congratulations to those that received awards for their years and Miss Daisy for 50 years. Congratulations, that's older than I am. So I just want to speak on Mr. Grady, a wonderful man, and I just believe in all this will be resolved because we believe in by faith and by God that a resolution is being done. So not only you could stop seeing our orange shirts, but maybe we could come down here in support of the issues as well. And we also like to say, I also like to say, I'm looking at all this budget money, like $400 million, $811 million. Wow, if he could get a 0.1% of those millions, we wouldn't be here. I mean, we know it's not your fault, but your forefathers, and we look at it, it's an insult to him, and it's an insult to any businessman that has to go through something like this because of their nationality. But like I said before, I am praying and I'm believing God that this shall be resolved. When we left the last time, an apology was made, and that touched our hearts because we knew it was sincere. So we definitely want to thank you, Chief, to let us know that you are sincere about getting it resolved. But Mr. Grady he's a heartfelt man. And he may not say a lot of the things that he want to say, but we can. And we just saying, let's make this happen. So when we do come down here again, we could be saying thank you. And maybe we might wear a white shirt with Mr. G in justice. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you. The last speaker is Russell Grady.
Board, to the audience, particularly those few people who are with me here today, congratulations for the 40 years that you've been operating. Believe it or not, I've been coming down here for 2.5 years, but I feel like it's been 40. I honestly do. I'm standing here in sort of in awe and a little confused. Because I felt that we was backsided at this point. I had met with Mr. Snow in May, before the May meeting. And we had a document that he had put together. He himself put it together. And we discussed that document. And he asked me at that meeting, Mr. Grady, what would you want to settle this? I told him. We discussed it. We wrote a number down. He said, okay, I take it back to the board. But he didn't seem, I'll be fair, he didn't seem optimistic that it may or may not be accepted. But I'm assuming that he took it back to the board, and I was to hear from him. After a couple of weeks, I did not hear from him. I called him up. He seemed angry when I called him. He said, did New Jersey Transit call you? I said, no, they did not. He said, I would get in touch with them, and they should be getting in touch with you. I said, excuse me. I said, okay. 2 days later, I hadn't heard from New Jersey Transit. I called him again. He still seemed angry. Came to the board meeting, and when the chairperson said what she said, and she should have said it because she was right in what she said, I believe this board's heart is in the right place. I'm not sure that the advice you're getting is good advice. When we left the last meeting, we were under the impression that this board had been presented all the documents, including that document that stated the number that I had said we would settle this with. And when she said that, I was sure you had looked at those numbers and you had made a decision. Evidently that wasn't so. Next thing I was told that Mr. Snow would be talking to me. And instead of this thing being settled with information that you had, and I believe it was stated that we have all the information we need, we have unraveled this thing and we're ready to make a decision. You guys will not have to come down here again with the orange shirts. Naturally, we left very happy that you had stood up and do what, and I know this is a difficult decision for you to make, very difficult decision for you to make. And I hate to see you in that position, but a decision had to be made. We left here believing, particularly me, that you had looked at all the documents, and it was his duty to bring back to you the document that we talked about, that you was acting upon that document. After that, I was told to talk to Mr. Snow. And instead of us being near a settlement, it's starting all over again. I thought you had made a decision as to what you were going to do. Whatever it was, you had made that decision. Mr. Snow came back, he was happy, very happy. Oh, we can start negotiating again. And I said to Mr. Snow, to his face, that Mr. Snow, I don't think you are capable of being fair to African Americans. I believe that to my heart. That as long as you're going to give me Mr. Snow to deal with, this case will never be solved. I tried to tell you, and I said to him, Mr. Snow, I believe you have an agenda beyond that of being an attorney for New Jersey Transit. I've been talking with him. I know what he's like. Again, is if you're going to say, go to Mr. Snow, we will never solve this problem. Hopefully, I have hopes that we can do it at this juncture. Okay? I don't know if you're going to do it. But I'm saying, please, board, let's solve this problem and go forward. As African Americans, I know you could look at us and say, you're not worth very much. Most of you are on welfare. You don't have any jobs. You live in a ghetto. So what can you be worth? And some people have that in their psyche. As an African American, you ain't worth anything. So why should I give you anything? Matter of fact, you don't even have a right to be here. And if we go beyond this, I'm going to lay it out for you. New Jersey Transit, if you're a writer, an investigative reporter, and you want to get the Pulitzer Prize, you go back and investigate in terms of how New Jersey treated me over the years. Not just in 2004, go back to 87 and see all the stuff that they did to me that I'm not going to try to bring up here today. But if I have to go back there, I'll bring it out. It is totally ridiculous. This agency, this state agency, just couldn't understand how an African American could run a successful business, paid his rent, paid his in-debt service, did everything wrong, promised to put me out and put me back in, and you never did it. And that's a tragedy, total tragedy. Again, I have hopes, and I believe this board's heart's in the right place. You're going to have courage to step up and do something decent that we can move beyond this point. Hopefully, we don't have to get into the September meeting. If we do, we have to go to that level that I promise you that eventually we might have to go to. Appreciate you guys so much.
Thank you, Mr. Grady. We've sat up here as a board and listened to a lot today. I think the most important thing I'm going to say right now is that I take extraordinary exception to the characterization of this board and how it would go about making a decision on your matter. It has nothing to do with gender, race, ethnicity, or any other category that would be protected by our country or by this state. So let me say first, I take great exception to that. Yes, at the last meeting I apologized to you. I apologized because no one had been back in touch with you, and there had been a communications issue between the Attorney General's office, where Mr. Snow works, and this agency, and we resolved it. And you forgive me because maybe I spent one too many years in Florida, but what I would say what breaks my heart is that we have reviewed, or I've reviewed the documents, and I understand what transpired through the legal process all those 15, 16 years ago. And this board has a fiduciary responsibility to its riders, to those who support us, to be responsible in the way we adjudicate matters on behalf of this agency. And you may not necessarily like some of our board items. There might be folks that disagree with a microgrid, or someone may not think that we're electrifying buses quickly enough. That is absolutely within the public's right to come here and express to us month in and month out. But this agency is ready to settle with you. And I understand that you have a number. I appreciate that. But so do we. And we have limitations. And when we come to you, your number gets higher. And there's no way for me to close that gap. I appreciate, believe me, appreciate a great deal what you feel was done to you in 2004 as being beyond just that of finances. I do. But this is now a business decision for this organization. It is no longer a legal matter. It has been adjudicated by the courts, and you know that. And so what we're doing now is to a large extent out of compassion for the situation that you are in. Even if you believe the dollar amount isn't what you believe you're entitled to for the 15 or 16 years you've had to wait, it is what this agency can do. And I would suggest to you probably more than many who sat in this chair before me. And I don't know I know 2.5 years. I don't know if you came to the agency over the span of the years from 2004. You know, I cannot, and this board cannot, and the CEO and president cannot correct what happened to you in 2004. No way. We can offer what we believe is a number that we can justify publicly, that we are comfortable is right. That, again, you know, we're not a court, we're a business, that we believe we can go forward with and make certain that all those who we are responsible to agree with us, right? That's how this works. And so the only thing I can suggest to you, if you would not like to come here in September, is that negotiations must be reasonable, and they must be based in that fact which we have. We cannot just create a number and decide that's the number we should pay you. And I heard your advocates and talk about a number that was 15 years old isn't valuable anymore. Personally, I don't necessarily agree with that. I could tell you there are a lot of employees in this room that would tell you, you talk about their wages, that went 9 and 10 years without increases, okay? And so I can't make that right for them either. I can do as much as I can to make it right, but it will not be what should have been right however many years ago it might have been. I can only do what's right given the facts I have in the time I exist. I have great faith in God too. And I have to make sure when I put my head on the pillow at night, I've done as much right as I can, knowing it'll never be perfect. Right? That's the goal every day. So I have to ask you. And by the way, Joe Snow is not your problem. Joe Snow has no hidden agenda. Joe Snow has been, I say an advocate, is as anxious for us to settle this matter and be as fair as we can. But we all work in government under constraints. It's just who we are. It's always been that way. And any number we come up with is a number we have to be able to understand and be able to explain and stand behind. And I appreciate that number's not maybe one that you like, but I believe it is one that comes through compromise. And I believe it's one that at least is an acknowledgement of this agency that you have come here, you have asked for something. Whatever happened in 2004 didn't go the way it should, whether it's by papers of the court or otherwise. Again, in 2004, I was happily running a toll agency. But we're doing our best. We really are. And I'm sorry that you don't like the numbers we've presented. We've yet to talk about the numbers in this public venue, and maybe one day we will. But at the end of the day, I need you to really reflect on where we are. Reflect on bringing this to a close. Coming to some settlement number that we all can live with, and that you can move on and continue to do your good work in Patterson, and hopefully we can move on and never allow something like this to repeat itself.
Lost her. Standing. Right. So she did destroy what our future, what our income. I was a well-off man. Just person. Was $2 million. Yes, I was naive as an individual. Because I believe those people in my parents, just I take on this fairness. In the with me, right. Excuse me if I frustrate. Give me for putting down numbers. I seem much. Somewhere along. Over you guys. Yes. Gordon, I was 70 years old. I was over. I was prepared for forward. Put me out very little. They chose not to. Wanted to destroy me. I would back up just a bit. I like to back up. You did give me money. Why did you? Name one of them. all these people. Here's the first money. I had 12 cases. I need to move my equipment up. So they do this question. Lo and behold, I came down this morning. I took all my equipment all the way. Huge. So I had to take my money back in there, fix it, and buy all new equipment. That's why you go on and on. Ridiculous. Time, effort, spent, bring down. Go and look through the whole entire record. Find anything that paid my rent on time. I bet I was the best business ever had. First class restaurant. I rent on time. I paid my debt service. I didn't know anybody. Between EDA, you get something. All of them is asking. Just this way. You have to go as far as you can. Try to make sure I get decent. Got a wife. I was operating. She was doing the books. And you get her off. Oh, thought to dementia. Telling you, after she got out of there, days, going back. I'm saying you didn't cause that to come on. Basically, today, in 24-hour service, you can't take care of it. I went back to her and said to her, darling, we could have transit. Finally came to do something. Know what I'm talking about. She's fine. That's a tragedy. Okay, and kiss her, that you get something. Decent. That's what I'm saying.
There are no further speakers.
Then we'll continue with the agenda. I'm going to call upon Tim Riley to present the advisory committee report.
Advisory Committee, and I was asked to be here for Sue Mack today, and it's such an honor to represent her here at the meeting and to not only say that such an advocate she is for so many people. As many of us, the success we have in life is seen in our children and our families, and Sue's son has really excelled and taken on a life of his own and made a tremendous response to her and her efforts in making him. And she's with him, and just an awesome family there. So on behalf of the committee, we'd certainly like to honor and thank everyone for their 40 years. Over the many years that I've been on the committee, I've met many dedicated and knowledgeable members of the New Jersey Transit family, the employees, contractors, and their proposals, their projects, their diligence and efforts in providing great explanations and depth analysis of what was going on really helped us to make those great decisions and opportunities that moved a lot of these things forward in the future. We are very pleased at the influx of money that came from the state in the budget for New Jersey Transit's operating expenses. And the capital project being voted on today is extremely important to the continuance of replacement of equipment that is wearing out on a regular, timely basis. I'd also like to just mention, Sue had told me that We do appreciate the extra time and effort that our engineers are putting in and overtime to make sure that a lot of the trips that aren't covered are covered, and we recognize them and honor them for their giving up time with their families to be here and working to provide good service to our residents and passengers in the New Jersey and New York State. So that's about the most of what I have to say, and I'd like to just congratulate everyone again for a fine job and 40 years of good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Thank you. Board members, we have one additional speaker, Scott Spencer.
Good afternoon, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the board, and certainly wish New Jersey Transit and citizens of New Jersey and the passengers a very happy birthday on this 40th anniversary of New Jersey Transit. I appreciate the opportunity to be here because I was actually with New Jersey Transit, believe it or not, 40 years ago today when it started out. I was an operations assistant for the rail operation as a college intern and began my rail career here with New Jersey Transit. So it's a sentimental day for me to be here as well. It's quite impressive to see how New Jersey Transit has grown statewide. I mean, back at that time, we didn't even have a maintenance facility for the trains, locomotives, or cars. So congratulations on this anniversary, and looking forward to much greater things for New Jersey Transit. And I do have a birthday present I'd like to present for New Jersey Transit's consideration because of the debate over the tunnels, which unfortunately have been going nowhere because of the debate on how to pay for them. They have three significant flaws in that even when the tunnels to New York would be built, it would not add capacity. They have no protection in terms of flood resiliency for the region because the flooding would still occur at Penn Station or the East River tunnels. And even if we have a financial solution for 100% of the project costs, no one has a financial solution for the inevitable 100% cost overruns that would happen. So this is a significant challenge for the region. But I'm with Empire State Gateway, and you can find information there, empirestategateway.com, and literally this is a solution, a plan B for a bridge with a capital B that soars above it all across the region because it connects New Jersey with Manhattan and Queens using a transit-only twin suspension bridges that are used to suspend above the air rights of 495 approaching the Lincoln Tunnel and the air rights eastbound on 38th Street, westbound on 39th Street, and then into Queens. But it's a multi-purpose transit bridge because it provides two tracks in each direction on the first level. The next level provides a high-capacity busway, which then pulls all the buses out of the congested Lincoln Tunnel, and residents of New Jersey would be able to have an increase in service, unlike even replacing the Port Authority bus terminal would provide because it gets all the buses. And on top of that is the Skyline Trail. So residents in New Jersey could literally hike, bike, or commute into Manhattan, even as far as Queens. So it's a remarkable, iconic, bigger, bolder, better solution for the region. I've had extensive discussions with major infrastructure investors, and I'm happy to say that more than half of this $20 billion project could be financed privately because there's multiple revenue-generating streams of utility, conduit banks, the trains, the buses are generating revenue, and of course the Skyline Trail for commuters across the region, and remarkable real estate tie-ins that generate revenue.
Mr. Spencer, we so appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
We were told you were here from Gateway Corporation to wish us a happy birthday.
Oh no, it's Empire State Gateway.
Well, there was a misunderstanding, so with that, we're going to have to ask you to conclude your remarks.
Okay, well, that was my wish for a happy birthday. I think that would be a remarkable birthday present for the next 100 to 200 years for the region with the Empire State Gateway. Thank you very much.
I'll now call on Basil Giletto to present the Senior Citizen Disabled Resident Transportation Advisory Committee report.
Morning. My name is Basil Giletto, and I now chair the Citizens Advisory Board. And this is the first time addressing New Jersey Transit's board. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Thank you. I also would like to, wish you or congratulate you on your 40th anniversary. I started using New Jersey Transit to commute into New York City in 1986, and I thank you for your service. Now, since I've been involved in this committee, I've been exposed, honestly, to the panic and the fear that our seniors and disabled experience when they learn that they have to give up their cars. They've wanted to age in place, but now are disadvantaged with no obvious recourse. The strategy implemented by local programs is a sound one. The needs of our seniors and disabled are so diverse throughout the state that their issues can only be addressed on a local level. What works so well in Essex County has no purpose in Cape May County. Local programs stays involved, ensuring that best practices are implemented throughout the state. We therefore absolutely support the local program's annual item for the 2020 funds that you'll be voting on today. Local programs works hard to provide the improved accessibility and mobility of our state's seniors and persons with disabilities through the development of a coordinated and seamless statewide community network, for this is their goal. So I'm proud to be involved with their efforts. Currently, our committee has been visiting our community transportation providers throughout the state. And what we're finding is that they're doing an incredible job, but there's many challenges, such as providing service beyond their service areas and beyond their normal hours of operations. Their funding is strained while demand is increasing so dramatically with the aging population. Now, something that's complicating this whole issue is something that I'm seeing when I attend some of the public meetings that local programs provides. Most seniors I've met have no idea what's available to them even locally and don't know where to get it. They are incredibly appreciative when your Office of Local Programs can highlight and assist with their transportation options. It's obvious that these people don't use public transportation only because they don't know how. The market is huge and it's going to be growing exponentially for years. Be advised that local programs' annual item assists in the funding to teach our seniors and disabled just how to use both our community providers and New Jersey Transit. It's a guaranteed way of increasing mobility for seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income residents. For this very same reason, I am supporting and will work with our committee to incentivize community providers to integrate their systems with New Jersey Transit's network. It just makes financial sense, and I hope you agree. I'm also involved with the Greater Mercer TMA. Last month, their executive director, Cheryl Kastranakis, partnered with New Jersey TIP to have a conference to train the social service providers within Mercer County on what transportation options are that are available to our seniors and our disabled. The response was incredible. People enjoyed this. They needed to know this. There's a real need to train the trainers. We as seniors don't understand what's available to us, nor do we really care until we lose the ability to transport ourselves. Funding to ensure more types of these meetings, more types of these conferences need to occur. And again, it will absolutely increase New Jersey Transit's ridership while providing the desired social benefits, meaning enhancing mobility options. Note again, this is one of the programs funded through local programs, annual budget item, and again, it's very important. Me personally, I'm almost 68 years old. There'll be a day, and I hope not shortly, that I'm going to have to depend on New Jersey Transit again for my ability to remain independent. There's going to be many millions more that will also have similar needs. Funding ScatterTech is an investment into that future, and therefore I respectfully request your support on this very important future. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, Board Member Caulfield will present the Operations and Customer Service Committee report.
Thank you. The Operations and Customer Service Committee received an update on trends, analysis, and actions for rail, bus, light rail, and access link. The committee also received an update on social media activities and cost of service.
Thank you. Board Member Rajmani will present the Administration Committee report.
Thanks, Joyce. The Administration Committee received a financial update. This included an update on fiscal year and year-over-year operating results, budget to actual comparisons of revenue and expenses, major operating results, and real estate and economic development activities. The committee also received update on human resources, equal opportunity and affirmative action, DBE.
Board Member Caulfield will present the Capital Planning, Policy, and Privatization Committee report.
Thank you. The Capital Planning, Policy, and Privatization Committee discussed following: the fiscal year 2020 operating budget, the fiscal year 2020 capital program, the fiscal year 2020 grant programs, the Hudson Bergen Light Rail contract amendment for operations and maintenance, the rehabilitation replacement of the Franklin Avenue Bridge over NJ Transit's Morristown line, the Hudson Bergen Light Rail System Cave-in Point Vehicle-Based Facility Risk Assessment and Resilient Design Services, the proposed labor agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police, the Positive Train Control contract amendments for implementation, and the Resilience Program environmental mitigation credit purchases. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next are action items. President and CEO Corbett will present action items.
All right, thank you very much, Joyce. I'd like to start off by introducing Bill Vaquera, Senior Vice President, Chief Financial Officer, and Treasurer, present Board Item 190735. Bill?
Thank you. We are recommending approval of Item 1907-35, Fiscal Year 2020 Operating Budget. Underscoring his strong commitment to public transportation and New Jersey Transit, on June 30th, the Governor signed a state budget that provides an historic level of state assistance to the agency. This budget continues the reinvestment in and the rebuilding of the foundation of New Jersey Transit, bringing a renewed focus on our customers, reliability, and safety that so many residents in this state expect. Here are some quick highlights of fiscal year 20 operating budget. At $2.391 billion, the overall budget will see a $75 million net increase, or 3.2% over fiscal year 19. There will be no fare increase in fiscal year 20. The state operating subsidy increases by $150 million, from $307.5 million in fiscal year 19 to $457.5 million in fiscal year 20. Diversions declined by $75 million. This includes the elimination of a $50 million diversion from the TTF capital reserves in fiscal year 19 and a $25 million reduction in funding from the New Jersey Turnpike Authority. Overall, total state assistance in fiscal year 20 will be $668.6 million, which is an increase of $241.6 million, or 57% over the course of the first two budgets under the Murphy administration. Of note, this is the largest two-year increase in New Jersey Transit's operating budget over the past decade. In addition to meeting our increased contractual obligations, the additional state funding will allow us to continue to invest in our workforce to support new initiatives that improve the customer experience through additional services and responsiveness, and allows us to meet state and federal mandates. You'll continue to see these themes throughout the presentation. As you can see in the table, New Jersey Transit's fiscal year 20 operating budget totals $2.391 billion. Again, this reflects a $75 million net increase. Oh. Thank you. This reflects a $75 million net increase, or 3.2% over fiscal year 19. Over the past 2 years, or since the end of fiscal year 18, New Jersey Transit's operating budget has increased by $173.1 million, or 7.8%. Subsequent slides will detail key components of our fiscal year 20 operating budget. Here you can see where fiscal year 20 operating budget resources come from. First, note that the fare box revenue in orange represents the single largest component of our budget, representing 41%. Tied for the second largest component is the state operating subsidy in red at 19%. This is a direct appropriation from the state's general fund. Other state assistance in blue, which includes another $211 million in combined funding from the New Jersey Turnpike Authority and the state's Clean Energy Fund, is another 9% of the total budget. Combined, state revenue sources represent 28% of the total budget. Capital transfers, here in yellow, while down $50 million from fiscal year 19 budget, will still represent approximately 19%. This transfer represents both TTF and federal capital funds used to support eligible and non-routine operating expenses that help to extend the useful life of the assets being repaired. These expenses include, but are not limited to, engine repairs, axle replacements, and transmission rehabilitations. The last two components, other commercial revenue and all other reimbursements, combined for the remaining 12% of the operating budget. Other commercial revenue represents revenue generated from, among other things, parking, advertising, transit-oriented development, and permits. And then finally, all other reimbursements represent other federal, state, and third-party funds, mostly for planning and expense projects. This next slide provides context for the fiscal year 20 resources, including changes from fiscal year 19 and other trends that we're seeing. For fare box revenue, again, there will be no fare increase in fiscal year 20. The fare box revenue budget remains flat from fiscal year 19 at $985.8 million. We expect fare revenues to stabilize in fiscal year 20 after providing over $17 million in direct relief to riders through discounted fares in fiscal year 19, including a system-wide 10% discount for 3 months, a 25% discount for Atlantic City Rail Line passengers for using alternative bus service, a 25% discount for Princeton Dinky shuttle passengers using alternative bus, and discounts starting in June related to recent Amtrak repairs at New York Penn Station. The latter we expect to spill into fiscal year 20 as Amtrak continues repair work at New York Penn Station. We expect other commercial revenue to remain flat from fiscal year 19. Recent increase in parking lot fees and transit-oriented development deals have helped us in meeting the annual non-fare box budget. For example, we recently closed an $11 million deal to develop land adjacent to the Somerville Station, and construction activities have begun over the past week. We are aggressively pursuing opportunities to monetize assets where we can, and have more than half dozen TOD deals under active discussion. At the same time, we're mindful that time to close is inherently uncertain and subject to market forces. As mentioned earlier, the state operating subsidy will see an increase of $150 million over fiscal year 19, from $307.5 million to $457.5 million. The other this increase replaces $75 million of diversions, as mentioned earlier, from both the TTF and Turnpike Authority. The other $75 million will provide us with new funding to meet contractual obligations and make investments in previously mentioned areas, including customer experience, our workforce, and legal mandates, which I'll expand on in a bit. And then finally, other reimbursements is down by $75 million from fiscal year 19, from $905.2 million to $830.2. This reduction includes the elimination of the one-time $50 million diversion from the TTF capital reserves and the reduction of $25 million in funding from Turnpike Authority. The reimbursement from the Clean Energy Fund remains flat from fiscal year 19 at $82.1 million. Let's take a closer look at the diversions. This slide shows the role that diversions play in our operating budget. Diversions include the capital to operating transfer, which has totaled nearly $5 billion over the past 10 years. Funding diverted from the Turnpike Authority and the Clean Energy Fund reimbursement as well. These resources make up $671.9 million, or 28% of the operating budget in fiscal year 20. As mentioned previously, overall diversions are down by $75 million, or 10% over fiscal year 19. This slide illustrates fiscal year 20 use of funds. As you can see, labor and fringe in orange remains the single largest component of our operating expense at 61%. Significant amount of $75 million increase in our fiscal year 20 operating budget will support staff and training costs as investment in people remains the driving force of the agency. We'll get into specifics over the next 3 slides. The second largest component of our expenses is materials and supplies in yellow at 14%. This category includes not only materials, but also fuel and propulsion, as well as utilities. Our Clean Energy Fund reimbursement supports a portion of the total fuel and utility costs. The third largest component of our expenses is purchased transportation in green at 11%. The purchased transportation budget supports services provided by private operators on behalf of New Jersey Transit. The last 3 components combined, services, claims and insurance and tolls, trackage and other expenses, make up the remaining 14% of the budget. This next slide expands on the planned use of funds and provides some additional context for the fiscal year 20 expense budget. The labor and fringe benefits budget is approximately $1.5 billion in fiscal year 20. With this level of funding, New Jersey plans to hire an additional 157 staff, largely in support of service enhancements for our customers. We will also expand rail training programs, include more training classes for both the locomotive engineer training program and assistant conductor training program. We are also projecting $10 million in savings from recent health benefit reforms, largely from new provider contracts, from shifting to the National Preferred Formulary for drug medications, and from implementing compound drug controls that help us to eliminate the use of non-FDA approved compounds. These savings will help offset our normal fringe benefit rate growth and contractual labor costs for agreement staff. We are exploring and will continue to look for additional savings and reforms without negatively impacting the benefits our employees receive. The purchase transportation budget is $252 million in fiscal year 20. This is flat from fiscal year 19 as the contractual growth will be offset from recurring budget savings due to lower than expected escalation in utility costs in fiscal year 19. And then all other expenses budgeted at a combined $672.4 million in fiscal year 20. We'll see an increase of approximately $3 million related to an increase in PREA payments to Amtrak related to operating along the Northeast Corridor. Total operating payments to Amtrak in fiscal year 20 are expected to be approximately $107 million. The next 2 slides will expand further on what the $75 million in budget growth supports. Improving the customer experience. We will be providing both bus and light rail service enhancements to help alleviate overcrowding and improve on-time performance. For bus, this includes 22 additional operators and support staff to add nearly 30,000 new service hours, targeted largely in the northern and southern markets. The Newark Light Rail will also see an added boost with 5 additional operators addressing staff shortages linked to missed and adjusted trips. We will also be adding special service into the Meadowlands for the long-awaited opening of the American Dream Complex. This plan includes expanded bus service along 3 existing lines, express service from the Port Authority Bus Terminal, and shuttle service from Secaucus Junction Station. With American Dream currently scheduled to open October 25th, the onboarding of additional operators and support staff is happening now in preparation of the October opening. Access Link will see additional funding for more dedicated support team at the call center. This will help to reduce average customer wait times and improve the expediency of trip scheduling. Our new customer experience unit, which began with the hiring of our first ever customer advocate and chief customer experience officer, will be expanded with additional staff, and we will be establishing a new office of the general counsel dedicated to responding to our legal needs and geared towards improving timeliness and efficiency. The $75 million budget growth will also help with investing in the workforce. We will put $14.3 million into our rail training programs. That's the Locomotive Engineer Training Program, LETP, and Assistant Conductor Training Program, ACTP. This funding will help to support several classes of trainees in fiscal year 20, equating to nearly 200 trainee hires between the LETP and ACTP to address staff shortages. The New Jersey Transit Police Department will receive an additional $1.8 million to expand its ranks with an additional 19 officers. These officers will add more patrol support to ensure that our system remains safe. The last NJTPD expansion was for 25 officers back in fiscal year 17. Our Office of System Safety will also be hiring 5 additional staff in support of conducting more frequent random rides across the system. This will also help to ensure that our system remains safe and that our staff are meeting operational procedures and standards. And lastly, we will invest to meet our mandates, including meeting the December 2020 PTC full system implementation. This will require an additional $1.3 million of operating funds, as item and staff originally supported from capital funding now require routine maintenance and become part of normal operating costs. And as part of requirements of the recent reform legislation, we intend to engage an independent firm to study our financial management and our budget reporting practices and compare them to other mass transit agencies around the country. Recapping, the total fiscal year 20 budget is $2.391 billion, or a $75 million increase over fiscal year 19. There will be no fare increase in fiscal year 20. The state operating subsidy increases by $150 million, going from $307.5 million to $457.5 million. Diversions declined by $75 million, and total state assistance will be $668.6 million. As I mentioned, over 60% of our operating budget goes to labor and fringe, and we will continue to focus operating funds on investing in staff to improve the delivery of service for our customers. Budgeted headcount for fiscal year 20 is 11,870, which is 157 positions, or 1.3% greater than fiscal year 19. Over the past year, our commitment to properly staffing the agency is evidenced by our vacancy rate dropping from 4.9% in July 2018 to 2.7% as of June 2019. And finally, the fiscal year 20 operating budget continues the reinvestment in and the progress towards rebuilding New Jersey Transit. We ask for your approval of item 1907-35.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-35?
So moved.
Second. Roll call, please, Joyce.
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you, Bill. I'd now like to introduce Eric DeLeo, Senior Vice President for Capital Programs, to present Board Item 1907-36 regarding the capital budget.
Thank you, President. Madam Chair, members of the Board, pleased to present NJ Transit's proposed fiscal year 2020 capital program. First, I will walk you through the major milestones that NJ Transit met in fiscal year 2019. Then I will review the proposed fiscal year 2020 capital program, essentially a breakdown of our commitments over the next fiscal cycle. And I will also review the proposed fiscal year 2020 capital strategic goals. The ultimate goal of the capital program is to move NJ Transit from reacting to deadlines and repair needs that affect our customers to a metric-based program that prioritizes projects based on life cycle costs and criticality. I will finish with a report on how we are working towards building that future. With regard to the past year and our fiscal year 2019 accomplishments, December 31st, 2018 represented a significant show of progress when NJ Transit met its critical 2018 interim milestone of all equipment installed in our installation of positive train control systems. In just a single year, we progressed 88% of all system-wide installations. That dedication and determination continues as we strive toward our December 31st, 2020 goal to achieve full certification. Significantly, we also took major steps to enhance the customer's experience as we gradually retire our aging rail and bus fleet, cars that in some cases have over 40 years of service. This past year, NJ Transit accepted delivery of 182 cruiser buses for the agency and our private carriers, and the board authorized a contract for the purchase of 85 60-foot articulated buses, as well as 113 multi-level rail cars. Receipt of the first rail car is projected for 2022. though third-party construction spending was in decline in recent years, culminating in the lowest spending in a decade in fiscal year 2017. We've increased our construction spending in fiscal year 2018 by more than double what was expended the previous fiscal year, and fiscal year 2019 spending is at a 6-year high. We have projects moving into construction, and we fully expect to exceed fiscal year 2019 spending levels for third-party construction contracts in the upcoming fiscal year 2020. Mason Substation is a $232 million joint development project with Public Service Electric and Gas that is designed for the future interconnection to NJ Transit Grid. And the substation was damaged by Superstorm Sandy, and this past year we completed construction of a contingency substation that will allow us to keep the power on to support our Morris and Essex rail lines and rail operations center while we demolish the existing damaged substation and begin construction of its replacement. Completing the 69th Street Bridge project was a significant milestone for anyone driving along Tunnelly Avenue and West Side Avenues in North Bergen, right, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
Since the bridge substantially improves traffic flow in those congested areas, and this administration finished the project in less than 1 year after the construction was delayed by more than 6 years previously. The project provides a grade separation at the intersection of 69th Street and an existing freight railroad corridor in the town of North Bergen, and for NJ Transit, this project paves the way for future passenger rail service on the northern branch of the Hudson-Bergen Light Rail system. And in South Jersey, this past fiscal year, we made substantial construction progress on the Avondale Bus Park and Ride, which is adjacent to the Atlantic City Expressway in Camden County. Bless you. In addition to improving the experience for our customers, this major construction milestone will provide accommodation for future use of our planned South Jersey Bus Rapid Transit system. The $7 million project is expected to be completed in the coming months. This past year, we also substantially completed boiler and facility repairs to the Superstorm Sandy damaged Hoboken Terminal, making the facility significantly more resilient to climate change and future extreme weather, including by installing a new hot water heating system well above the flood zone, and a ferry ticketing suite and employee facilities relocated to a higher elevation and installed with flood walls and deployable barriers to secure those areas that could not be elevated. Focusing on equipment procurements, this graph illustrates how the investments we are making in new rail equipment nearing the end of its useful life with new state-of-the-art coaches will dramatically reduce the average age of our fleet. The blue line on this chart represents our forward-looking projections for the average age of the entire passenger car fleet through 2024. Our fleet age will decrease over time, and that decrease is being driven by the procurement of multi-level self-propelled electric multiple-unit cars. What we are doing in today's capital program and future capital programs will continue to allow the gradual retirement of cars over 40 years of service, or Arrow 3s, and by 2024, the average age of this fleet type will decrease to below 5 years. This graph presents the average bus age for the last year, along with projected average ages for the next 5. And what it shows is that the fiscal year 2020 proposed capital program sets us on a path where average bus age will gradually decrease from 9.5 years today to 6.5 years in 2024, well below the useful life of 12 years, resulting in the youngest bus fleet that our customers have seen since 2005. As you look at our funding sources, this year's total capital program is valued at $1.423 billion. Transportation Trust Fund monies constitute $760 million, approximately half of the total capital funding available to the company. You will note the next largest contributor to the capital budget is anticipated to come from federal funding. $528 million is anticipated to be received from the Federal Transit Administration, and $76 million is anticipated to be received in flexed funds from the Federal Highway Administration provided through the New Jersey Department of Transportation. The balance of funding, $59 million, roughly 4% of the program, constitutes of $25 million we anticipate in receiving flex funding from the New Jersey Turnpike Authority to be programmed to Portal Bridge North, and an additional $19 million is made up of casino revenue funding. This is our proposed use of that funding, and as you can see, the overwhelming majority of these allocations, $700 million, or approximately 50% of the capital program budget, which is represented here in dark blue, is assigned to fixed expenses. That is already accounted for expenses, such as $461 million in capital to operating transfers, $158 million in previously committed debt payments, $21 million to support capital program implementation, and $60 million of previously agreed to local program investment and other pending potential FAST Act increases. The remaining allocations are divided between the purchase of rail rolling stock and bus rolling stock, Amtrak capital lease payments, rail expansion expenses, light rail and bus infrastructure improvements, and rail infrastructure improvements. The capital program embraces a renewed call to protect the safety of customers, to enhance the customer experience, restore critical infrastructure, and prepare for the future. Key investment proposed in the fiscal year 2020 capital program includes $4 million for an ongoing program focused on station revitalization efforts throughout the system, and some examples include upgrades to elevators and escalators at Hamilton Station, rehabilitations of stairs at Broad Street Station, tile replacement work at Newark Penn Station, and over $4.8 million is proposed to support capital engineering and design services to account for the acceleration of design and engineering of new capital projects that are identified as part of our asset management facility inspection planning. NJ Transit continues to receive delivery of new 45-foot cruiser buses, part of a multi-year over $700 million commitment to replace 1,104 vehicles. And in fiscal year 2019, we took delivery of 182 of those buses. In fiscal year 2020, another 183 buses are planned to be received. And we are moving ahead with the purchase of 113 next-generation multi-level 3 rail cars, enabling the agency to retire 40-year-old Arrow 3s. We are overhauling HVAC components on 360 out of the 550 Comet 5 rail cars and 350 multi-level vehicles. This will improve efficiency and reliability of the HVAC systems on Comet 5s and multi-levels. Our fare modernization project is a continuing effort to reduce our reliance on decentralized, time-consuming, and costly cash and paper ticketing system across all modes. And we are moving ahead with our Elizabeth Intermodal Station reconstruction, this board having awarded last fiscal year a design-build contract that streamlines the architectural, engineering, and construction process moving forward. NJ Transit has programmed over $12 million in our hidden infrastructure, including initiating the replacement of 140 high-voltage substation circuit breakers system-wide, crucial part of our rail operations. And in Maplewood, we are proposing to invest $12.54 million to demolish an existing parking structure well beyond its useful life and construct a new structure that accommodates 600 parking spaces. We are moving ahead with the replacement of Raritan River Drawbridge, a $595 million project. This continued investment in this fiscal year will allow us to advertise and award the first of 3 significant construction projects this calendar year. The fiscal year 2020 capital program allows for continued progress on the Mason Substation project I described earlier. NJ Transit has also programmed over $49 million to support the design, $94 million to support the design and construction of a new train storage yard with 5 new tracks and other railroad appurtenances to provide for resilient storage for our rail equipment. The capital program also proposes new investment to NJ Transit's light rail expansion efforts, $33 million to support the Northern Branch Extension Project, and $2 million to support the Glassboro to Camden line. NJ Transit is proposing to program $20 million in Transportation Trust funding for the NJ Transit Grid project, a first-of-its-kind microgrid that will provide highly reliable power to a core segment of our rail and light rail systems during a commercial power outage. The project will build the infrastructure to allow New Jersey Transit to meet Governor Murphy's 2050 energy goals. This is because this microgrid is being built with the ability to evolve in tandem with evolving technology. As clean energy technologies are advanced and become commercially viable, this microgrid can and will evolve to take advantage of that technology. It will be built with energy storage and the most advanced emissions controls and constructed well above the base flood elevation. Planning ahead, our expansion investments are also focused on the Lackawanna Cutoff Project, which includes a new Andover station, rehabilitation of the Roseville Tunnel, infrastructure construction, and improvements to the right-of-way. Looking ahead, we are moving from being reactive to becoming a more proactive agency that utilizes a metrics-based approach to establish priorities based on crucial importance and life cycle cost. We are developing the 5-year plan for the future of transit. This year, we completed phases 1 and 2 of our assessment program, the first condition inspections that have occurred since 2013 in this agency. We completed the northern and central regions of the state. We have commenced inspections of our southern New Jersey assets. And what we'll do with this information is deposit it into a facility data management system that allows for heat mapping, data slicing, and trend analysis to determine inventory, age, and condition of key assets. Included is the allocation of $4 million to then accelerate design and engineering of new capital projects that come out of that inspection effort. And as recommended by the North Highland report, we will be coming to the board this year to propose the award of a program management organization contract to manage the deployment of an effective enterprise asset system. And to do this, we are building a robust internal management team to plan, design, manage, and control capital investments. Finally, the board today will also consider an item to authorize NJ Transit to enter into contracts with subrecipients, including counties, municipalities, private not-for-profit organizations, and other entities to provide transportation services to senior citizens, people with disabilities, rural residents, and economically disadvantaged residents. And a number of these community-based transportation services link to NJ Transit's bus and rail services. For fiscal year 2020, we proposed to program $35 million to support these initiatives, and the subrecipients of this funding will help provide public transportation for stakeholders or in areas which may not otherwise be served. In fact, today, there are 484 federally funded vehicles which provide enhanced mobility for seniors and people with disabilities. An estimated 1.1 million passengers benefit from these services per year. And for rural transit needs, there are 15 federally funded projects that provide an estimated 145,000 trips per year. Our New Jersey Job Access Reverse Commute program funds 24 projects. It assists transit-dependent individuals gaining access to employment and training sites throughout New Jersey, providing an estimated 1.2 million passengers per year. That map on the screen illustrates the more than 120 community-based and nonprofit agencies who receive support from NJ Transit and in turn serve their constituents. We're very proud of the success of our local programs and know that they make a real difference in the lives of so many. And with that, we are recommending approval of item 1907-36, the fiscal year 2020 capital program. We ask your approval of item 1907-36.
May I have a motion to approve board item 1907-36?
Move.
Second. Any discussion? Joyce, please take roll call.
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Eric, you're still up?
Yep. 37 on the follow-up on that presentation, last slide.
We are recommending approval of item 1907-37, NJ Transit fiscal year 2020 grant programs, local transportation for senior citizens, persons with disabilities, rural and low-income residents. Authorization is requested to execute, extend, or modify all agreements and contracts and to take all other steps necessary to implement the fiscal year 2020 grant programs as set forth in the board item. We ask your approval of item 1907-37.
May I have a motion to approve board item 1907-37?
So moved.
May I have a second? Any discussion? Joyce, roll call.
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani?
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, I'd now like to introduce Ron Nichols, Chief of Light Rail and Contract Services, to present Board Item 1907-38.
1907-38, Hudson Bergen Light Rail Amendment to Design, Build, Operate, and Maintain Contract for Operations and Maintenance. Authorization is requested to amend the Design, Build, Operate, and Maintain New Jersey Transit Contract Number 96CT001 with 21st Century Rail Corporation of Lyndhurst, New Jersey, to operate and maintain Hudson Bergen Light Rail service for an additional 2 years at a cost of $52,578,996 for year 1 ending April 2021 and $54,253,300 for year 2 ending April 2022 for a combined cost of $106,832,296 based on the projected escalation per the indices described in the contract plus 5% for contingencies, for a total contract authorization of $112,173,911, subject to the availability of funds, board approval of New Jersey Transit's operating budget, and the Office of State Controller's approval. Authorization is also requested to amend the Design, Build, Operate, and Maintain New Jersey Transit Contract Number 96CT001 further with 21st Century Rail Corporation of Lyndhurst, New Jersey, to operate and maintain the Hudson Bergen Light Rail service after the ending period of April 2022 for 3 separate 1-year option periods to be exercised at New Jersey Transit's discretion through April 2025 at a cost of $55,981,949 ending April 2023 and $57,766,740 ending April 2024 and $59,609,528 ending April 2025 for a combined total of $173,358,217 based on the projected escalation per the indices described in the contract plus 5% for contingencies for a total authorization of $182,026,128, subject to availability of funds, board approval of New Jersey Transit operating budget, and Office of State Controller's approval. Staff will provide notification to the board prior to implementing any of these individual option periods. We ask your approval of item 1907-38.
I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-38. Second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you, Ron. I'd now like to introduce Ray Kenny, Senior Vice President and General Manager of Rail, to present Board Item 1907-39 regarding Franklin Avenue Bridge in Denville.
Thank you very much. We are recommending approval of item 1907-39, engineering and construction assistance for rehabilitation replacement of the Franklin Avenue Bridge over New Jersey Transit Morristown line at milepost 93.93 in Denville, New Jersey. Authorization is requested to enter into New Jersey Transit contract number 19-008 with Dewberry Engineers Incorporated of Bloomfield, New Jersey, to perform engineering concept development through final design for the rehabilitation and replacement of Franklin Avenue overhead bridge over New Jersey Transit Morristown line at milepost 95.93 in Denville, New Jersey, at a negotiated cost not to exceed $1,076,824.19, plus 5% for contingency for tasks 1 through 5, subject to the availability of funds. Additional funding for construction assistance will be determined at a later date after 100% design is completed. And we are asking for your approval of item 1907-39.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-39? Second. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Joyce.
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Scacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani?
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. I'd now like to bring back Eric to bring up item 1907-40.
Thank you, President. We are recommending approval of item 1907-40, Hudson Bergen Light Rail System, Caven Point Vehicle Base Facility Risk Assessment and Resilient Design Services Design Consultant Contract Award. Authorization is requested to enter into contract number 17-049 with Sistra Consulting Incorporated of Bloomfield, New Jersey for providing consulting services for the Hudson Bergen Light Rail Caven Point Vehicle Base Facility Project in the amount not to exceed $411,220.46 plus 5% contingencies subject to the availability of funds. We ask your approval of item 1907-40.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-40? May I have a second? Any discussion? Joyce?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Great. I'd now like to introduce Chief Chris Priscillo to bring up item 1907-41. Chief.
President Corbett, Commissioner, we are recommending approval of item 1907-41, the proposed labor agreement. New Jersey Transit Police Department and the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP Local Number 37. Authorization is requested to approve and ratify the Memorandum of Agreement for Superior Officers and authorizes the New Jersey Transit President and CEO and/or the Senior Vice President, Chief of Police and Emergency Management to take all necessary steps to finalize and implement same, as discussed in executive session. We ask for your approval of item 1907-41.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-41? May I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Joyce?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
All right, now I'd like Eric to come back once again for item 1907-42 related to PCC.
President Corbett, we're recommending approval of item 1907-42, Advanced Speed Enforcement System 2, Positive Train Control, Contract Amendments for Implementation. Authorization here is requested to amend NJ Transit Contract Number 10-099X with Parsons Transportation Group of New York, New York, at a cost not to exceed the amount discussed in executive session. We ask your approval of item 1907-42.
May I have a motion to approve item 1907-42? May I have a second? Any discussion?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Thanks, Eric. I'd like Eric to now go ahead with 1907.43 regarding Delco Lead.
We are recommending approval of item 1907-43, NJ Transit Resilience Program, Delco Lead Storage and Inspection Facility Project and County Yard Improvement Project, Environmental Mitigation Credit Purchases, additional credits required. Authorization is requested to enter into purchase agreements and take any and all and other actions necessary to acquire environmental mitigation credits for the Delco Lead Storage and Inspection Facility Project and County Yard Improvement Project in the amount discussed in executive session and subject to the availability of funds. We ask your approval of item 1907-4.
Thank you, Eric. Can I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-43? Second? Any discussion?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Ajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Great. And now for our final items, I'd like to bring back Bill to cover several personal injury cases, starting with 1907-44. Bill?
Thank you. We are recommending approval of item 1907-44, personal injury claim of Jose Rodriguez Marquez. Authorization is requested to settle the claim of Jose Rodriguez Marquez through his attorney at an amount discussed in executive session. The Attorney General has approved the proposed settlement, subject to the availability of funds. We ask for your approval of item 1907-44.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-44? Second? Any discussion?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Rajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
All right, Bill, you now go with 1907-45.
Thank you. We are recommending approval of item 1907-45, personal injury claim of Alan Olvera Silvera. Authorization is requested to settle the claim of Alan Olvera Silvera through his attorney at an amount discussed in executive session. The Attorney General has approved the proposed settlement, subject to the availability of funds. We ask for your approval of item 1907-45.
May I have a motion to approve item 1907-45? Second? Any discussion?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Rajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
All right, and the last item for the day, Bill, 1907-46.
Thank you. We are recommending approval of item 1907-46, personal injury claim of Jason Gillespie and Christina Gillespie. Authorization is requested to settle the claims of Jason Gillespie and Christina Gillespie through their attorney at an amount discussed in executive session. The Attorney General has approved the proposed settlement, subject to the availability of funds. We ask for your approval of item 1907-46.
May I have a motion to approve Board Item 1907-46? May I have a second? Any discussion?
Roll call vote. Chair Gutierrez Cacchetti?
Yes.
Board Member Caulfield?
Yes.
Board Member Rajmani? Yes. Motion carried.
Thank you. Since there is no further business, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
May I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you for hanging in there with us today.